Good morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. Today's date is November 7th. If you could all please join me for a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. All right, thank you. Supervisor Canepa, will you please do us the honor of leading us in pledge? Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. And our clerk of the board, will you please do the roll call?
Supervisor Canepa.
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Present.
Supervisor Patty.
Here.
Supervisor Ding. Chairman Rickman.
Here. All right, thank you, Rochelle. And that's gonna lead us right into the recognition presentation. I'm gonna turn this over to clerk of the board.
This first recognition was requested by Supervisor Paul Canepa of District 2. And this is the proclamation of November 2023 as Blue Zone Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Naja Steger and Greg Diedrich to the podium to receive the proclamation. And I believe Supervisor Canepa would like to read the proclamation.
Good morning. Thank you guys for being here.
Good morning, and thank you guys for coming. So I'm also, one of my committees is the Community Health Leadership Council, and Naja and Greg and Annie are trying to figure out how we could, every year there's a summit kind of, or what would you call it? I'll let you explain the forum, and that is tomorrow. So the proclamation is as follows. So it's for Blue Zone Day, and it says, whereas a healthy community is one in which all residents have access to a quality education, safe and healthy homes, adequate employment, transportation, physical activity, and nutrition, in addition to quality health care. And whereas the health of a community is dependent not only upon genetics of its residents, but also upon the environment within which those individuals live. Whereas research indicates physical, mental, financial, and social well-being are interrelated, and the best holistic approach includes all these elements. And whereas engaged and healthier employees and students are more effective and productive, healthy and engaged, consumers spend more, and communities with higher well-being have lower health care costs, vibrant economies, and thriving workforces. Whereas in January of 2021, the Office of Surgeon General and the United States Department of Health and Human Services released a Community Health and Economic Prosperity Report that raised awareness among business leaders of the advantage of investing in community health for the health of their businesses and health of their local economy. Whereas the return on investment in community well-being is economic development, including more prosperity and happiness for individuals, organizations, and community at large. Whereas the County of San Joaquin, via the Community Health Leadership Council, is pleased to present the Blue Zones project to our communities. Whereas Blue Zones has identified transformational ways to improve the health of our communities by studying the longest-lived people in the healthiest places in the world. They have discerned their common lifestyles, cultural traits that led to improved health, well-being, and years of life. Whereas the County of San Joaquin embraces the healthy concepts, Blue Zones, and committed to improving the lives and the community members through healthy eating and active living. Holy smokes. Naja did this. Few more. Whereas the County of San Joaquin will strive to improve the connection of community resources to the most need, realize significant improvements. Whereas the County of San Joaquin will endeavor to encourage and support community collaboration and involvement for collective population. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Supervisors, San Joaquin County, does hereby proclaim November 2023 as Blue Zone Month.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, she'll turn it on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairman Rickman, supervisors, administrator. On behalf of the Community Health Leadership Council, we would like to thank you for your recognition and support of the Blue Zones principles. And we're honored to receive this timely proclamation to collectively commit to improve the health and well-being of those we serve in San Joaquin County. Thank you.
So a little bit of background. Healthcare Services has fiscally sponsored the Community Health Leadership Council for about 22 years. We do an annual forum. Last couple of years, it's been focusing on youth mental health, and we've had some critical community conversations around that. But this year, we're looking at blue zones and really healthy eating, active living. This is a follow-up to a large degree from the the Public Health Services community needs assessment and their improvement plan. But really looking at opportunities to set the stage, health in all policies, and how this might align with our businesses, our health plans, looking at diabetes, body mass index, but some follow-up with this after the forum on next steps, some focused census tracts, and really working with our population on how we can better address health and longevity and the absence of disease within our communities.
Perfect. Take a photo with us? Oh, sure. Supervisor Ding, would you like to speak on behalf of Blue Zones?
Well, someone brought this up to me in a buffet line as I was just getting ready to get my plate. So I had to skip the bread, I had to skip the pasta, and in my head I'm arguing with you, this is ridiculous, we can't do this. I don't know if it's my age or whether you are correct, but diet is extremely important, and we really need to take proactive measures, and I appreciate all your work in this area. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Listen, to come in and get some, I know that every single day that we're at work, we try to make a difference and to recognize where there's challenges and to rise to the occasion, to answer the call and to look at what we could do different, better, or more. I know that we here in the county appreciate the efforts, the recognition, and making a difference every single day. So thank you, and glad that we could at least celebrate and recognize today when you guys do this work every day of the year. So thanks so much.
Vice Chair Villapadua.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Supervisor Canna for bringing this forward, but I know you guys work hard, and this Blue Zone project is great for the community. So keep up the good work, and Naja, nice to see you. Thank you.
Last but not least, Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa, and thank you very much for bringing this forward. And thank you for all the work that you do in our community, all three of you, for, you just mentioned, and I'm not want to reiterate what my colleagues have said, but, health and longevity goes a long way in our community, and it affects every aspect of our life, through our, we all want to live longer, be more time with our family, but the economic development side of it is also huge. So making people aware of diet and healthy living is huge. So we can't get enough of that. And mostly, when you go to the store and see all that junk food that's available that we all love. And in fact, I just bought a bunch of donuts here this morning. So maybe I should have read this a little closer before I did that. But thank you all very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Now we're ready for a photo.
Yeah. And Clerk of the Board, can you go ahead and read the next proclamation? Why don't you go ahead and read the proclamations?
Okay, Chairman. Our next proclamation is of November 19th, 2023 is International Men's Day in San Joaquin County. I would like to invite Bobby Page to the podium before I read the proclamation. Mr. Page is born and raised in Stockton, 65 years young, retired from DVI in 1989, and went to barber school, graduating in August of 1989. He started working at the Village Barber Shop, working with all of the owners, and celebrated 70 years. Took ownership in 2005 and moved to their current location in Lincoln Center, and started collecting pictures of his customers and family members that served our great nation, over 300 photos and counting so far. He also started honoring our community with fundraisers, assisting Tino Adame with the Carl Ross Post number 16, Stockton Marine Corps Club, Gold Star Mother Becky Meisner, Packed with Pride, Vietnam Huey Pilots Association from Sacramento, and many others. Mr. Page is married with over 40 years with 2 children, 6 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandson. Accepting the proclamation today, which reads, whereas calls for International Men's Day date back to the 1960s, though it was in 1999 that Dr. Jerome Hiluxing, a professor of history at the University of the West Indies, established this day. And whereas recognized in over 80 countries, the goal is to bring to light men's positive contributions and raise awareness regarding their health and well-being. And whereas men commit suicide at an alarming rate of 132 per day, which is 3.9 times more than women, prompting the 2023 theme, Zero Male Suicide, which aims to highlight the importance of mental health among men. And whereas according to the American Psychological Association, men as loving fathers have children that are less likely to struggle with behavioral or substance abuse problems. And whereas men have always had a positive impact on society, communities, families, marriages, childcare, and the environment, and should be recognized for it. And whereas striving towards gender equity includes concern for all gender-based disparities, including those impacting men. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County does hereby proclaim November 19th, 2023 as International Men's Day in San Joaquin County, and supports and encourages events and activities that celebrate the positive contributions men bring to our community. Passed and adopted the 7th day of November 2023. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I have to say that I wanted to bring this to the county's attention and do this recognition. I thought, well, who do we get with so many men that we know, and who could we get? And I said, well, we know somebody that runs a barber shop that recognizes our military, deals with so many young men, generations now that go through your doors. I thought, and what a great example of being a man in our community. So I thought to invite Mr. Page here to receive this on behalf of all men in San Joaquin County. So please say a few words, and then I've got some great quotes in history and the fellow supervisors.
Hello. Okay. Thank you all. This means an awful lot to me. I've dedicated the last half of my life in trying to do things for other people, and I appreciate you recognize me today. I got a challenge for everybody in this room, that when we see veterans, see our police officers, first responders, that instead of saying thank you for your service, which is well warranted, that's for sure, but how about thank you for your sacrifice, your families, when you go out and do that work, all our police officers back here, all right? They're a very important part of our society. And our veterans, of course, they're in my heart forever. And on their shoulders, I stand here today and say, thank you for honoring me for this tiny moment, but recognizing all of them as a whole. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for being here on behalf of men throughout our county. I have some great quotes that we dug up, and they really are fantastic. I want to share before we turn over to the board for a couple of comments. So these are from throughout history and life. Strength, courage, mastery, and the honor are the alpha virtues of all men around the world. That's by Jack Donovan. Men and women have strengths that complement each other. Edwin Lewis Cole. A man is one whose body has been trained to be the ready servant of his mind, whose passions are trained to be servants of his will, who enjoys the beautiful, love, truth, hates wrong, loves to do good, and respects others as himself. John Ruskin. Stand true to your calling to be a man. Real women will always be relieved and grateful when men are willing to be men. Elizabeth Elliot. A woman simply is, but a man must become. Masculinity is risky and elusive. It's achieved by a revolt from woman. and it's confirmed only by other men. Manhood coerced into sensitivity is no manhood at all. Camille Paglia. Adversity toughens manhood, and the characteristics of a good or the great man is not that he has been exempt from the evils of life, it's that he has surmounted them. Patrick Henry. There never was, and yet, a truly great man that was not at the same time truly virtuous. Benjamin Franklin. A couple more. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. No man stands so tall as when he stoops to help a child. Abraham Lincoln. It was men who stopped slavery. It was men who ran up the stairs in the Twin Towers to rescue people. It was men who gave up their seats on the lifeboats of the Titanic. Men are made to take risks and live passionately on behalf of others. John Eldridge. There's nothing noble being superior to your fellow man. True nobility is being superior to your former self. Winston Churchill. And the last one, a real man loves his wife and places his family to the most important thing in life. Nothing has brought me more peace and content in life than simply being a good husband and father. Frank Abagnale. These are quotes. Thank you, Mike Anderson, for finding these for me and sharing. So I want to turn over to the board and get a couple comments. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. As soon as you said Village Barber Shop, I'm having flashbacks. My dad owned T-Gents Barber and Beauty Supply. So, I got my education. I went to Stag with Tom, but I actually got my education in the Village Barber Shop and Miracle Mile and Headquarters House, and all the barber shops being very quiet in the back room and listening to the conversations, which were quite colorful back in those days. You're absolutely correct, and I know what all the women are thinking out there. You're thinking, well, every day is man's day, because, mama ain't happy, nobody's happy. So we do what we're told. But it is time as American men, we do step up and step up to that God-given role we were given as both parents and leaders, as fathers, and stop the demasculation of this country. And I love your words about sacrifice as opposed to service. I hadn't really thought about that, but thank you for those words.
Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa.
I just want to say thank you for what you do. We need more role models like you to be mentors in the community. Not only, I didn't know that you worked at Dual. That was a pretty interesting career also. And then to change and go to listening to men incarcerated to listening to men captive in your chair. So those are some of those things that you learn in the stories and how you share that. And the way that you represent the military is just huge in our community. And you're the little bright area in Lincoln Village West. So thank you so much for what you do to our community.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Villapudua.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Going to Bobby for a long time, my favorite barbershop. Did a great job, as everybody can tell. No, Bobby, thank you for everything you do for veterans. You walk into your place of business and you feel very patriotic. He has pictures. If anyone has never been there, you should go and take a look. He does an incredible job honoring veterans. I want to thank you for everything you do for every year for veterans, especially on Veterans Day. Thank you.
Chairman Rickman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And Supervisor Patty, thank you for bringing this forward. And Mr. Page, thank you for your impressive resume, you could say. Thank you for your service to our nation and your sacrifice, as you mentioned before. And I understand you run a barber shop, so I probably will never see you in your barber shop. But, this is a great proclamation for all the great men out there in our community, in our nation, in the world. And, hey, I'm a dad, a father to two young or 20-year-old daughters now. But, a great quote from an unknown artist is, Dad, a son's first hero, a daughter's first love. So, again, Supervisor Patty, thank you for bringing this forward. And to all the great men out here in San Joaquin County, thank you for what you do. And thank you, sir, for being here today.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, for those words. And I just have to say that as a father, I know each and every one of you as fathers, we take our responsibilities serious. We step up. We serve our community. You guys, I can think of no better examples. And it's a privilege to serve and work with you. And on behalf of the many men in San Joaquin County, the recognition, we give many recognitions throughout the year. And I just thought that, oftentimes men are overlooked. We're busy. We're constructing. We're building the roads. We're keeping the wheels on the tracks, so to speak. And oftentimes there isn't words of appreciation for men. So on behalf of all men, and ones that represent, multiple generations. Thank you for being here. And let's take a photo. And gentlemen, if you come down, we'll be done. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, clerk of the board, you'd like to go for the next proclamation.
Chairman, our next recognition is requested by District 4 Supervisor Stephen J. Ding, and this is in response to the chairman's initiative this year to bring forward recognition of our first responders each month. And I would like to invite Lodi Police Chief Sierra Brucia to the podium as I read the recognition. The certificate of recognition is being presented to Chief Sierra Brucia, Lodi Police Department, for your nearly 30-year career with the Lodi Police Department, which is marked by outstanding leadership, academic excellence, and distinguished achievements. Your leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic ensured community safety without the use of force or arrests in 19 protests and demonstrations. Your improvements to the Lodi Police Department include formalized mentoring, increased staffing at the sworn and professional ranks, the addition of a new computer-aided dispatch system, the upgraded gun range, and the creation of an employee wellness program are all components of the impactful legacy that you have created. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors thanks you for your many years of exemplary service, presented the 7th day of November 2023. Supervisor Ding.
There we go. Nicole, you did a better job of putting everything in the proclamation. I thought we had all these little secrets in here, and you put it all in, which is great. One of the things we did is we went to one of your partners in the community, Chief Johnson, and asked him, because your original resume was pretty darn modest. One of the things that Lodi prides itself on with you as the chief is your background in leadership and management and making sure you've empowered your individuals, that you want to make sure that they succeed, and that you've created one heck of a succession plan. So it's not about you, it's about the community. And then I see didn't I see your wife here? Where'd Doc? Oh, I thought I saw. Oh, okay, well, wish her our best, and I'm glad your son's not here because he's supposed to be in school right now at Lodi High School. So I'd like to present you with a certificate, and my wish is you've had 30 years of public service, exemplifier, and I hope that service does not come to an end, and that a new role comes to light soon for you to continue your leadership with this community. Thank you.
Thank you very
much. That's okay. I'm not often left speechless or without words, so I was hoping I could get away with it. First, thank you to the board and Supervisor Ding for your very kind comments and recognition in your proclamation. I'm very grateful to have been able to serve not just in this county, but the community of Lodi for the last 30 years. It's been the privilege of my professional career. There's some people that I think I definitely need to thank. I notice some of my staff is here, and I'm very grateful that they took some time out of their day to come down here. I want to thank all of the men and women at the Lodi Police Department for all of their hard work. All of their successes have been my successes, and I couldn't be prouder of them. Supervisor Ding mentioned our succession plan. Chief Rick Garcia, someone that I trained as a training officer 20 years ago, will be taking my seat when I retire at the end of this year. So I couldn't be prouder, more humbled, and very grateful for the opportunity I've had to serve in this community. And then finally, I'd just like to thank my family. My wife is recovering from surgery and my son's in school, so I wouldn't let either of them come today. But I'm very grateful for all of their support. I wouldn't have been able to rise up to this level and do the work that we've done without their support. And then one final recognition. All of my law enforcement partners, there's the sheriff is here, the police chiefs from the various agencies in San Joaquin County, the fire departments, the EMS, the AMR. They have been just such great resources to everything that we've done at the Lodi Police Department. Wouldn't have been able to do it without that collaboration and relationships that we've built. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for your 30 years of service. I mean, we were just talking about sacrifice, and obviously you've done it. And being, an elected, you realize it has changed over those 30 years where retention and training is not as easy as it was. So for you to make it 30 years, congratulations, and thank you for your sacrifice. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. I just want to say congratulations. 30 years is amazing. Dedicated your life to law enforcement and the community, and I hope you enjoy the next 30 years playing golf and fishing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Congratulations. I mean, what an exceptional career that you've had, even here in South County, over in my district, which is, the extreme south end. I've heard about the great things that you have done. You're very well respected, not just within the department, but the city as a whole, which including the local government and the residents. And that's, quite some feat sometimes being in law enforcement. Congratulations on your retirement. I know we spoke earlier, right before the meeting, and just think, I just retired here last week, and you and I can go fishing, and Sheriff Withrow is still stuck working, and that's probably the best part. But again, congratulations. God bless you, and God bless your family for all the sacrifices that they have made.
Thank you.
Louder, please. I got it.
Supervisor Tom Batty.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Pops. I can only imagine 30 years beginning from a rookie and maybe the night shift and some of the things you've seen and some of the things you've shielded from your family that you've had to endure and see and rise to the ranks as a leader, as a chief. What a crowning accomplishment in a career while serving your community, and very well served. So great job. Congratulations on your impending retirement, whatever you're choosing to do. I'm certain that you'll enjoy it, as well as the extra time with your family. Stay busy so your wife doesn't get frustrated that you're home all the time. So golf might be a good endeavor. But all the best wishes and congratulations. And thank you, Supervisor Ding, for bringing the chief in here for recognition.
Thank you.
Chairman, can you come down, please? Have a seat. Stand around. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special recognition today. We have a retirement of our Chairman Rickman from the California Highway Patrol. And just want to let you know he's been an incredible teammate on the Board of Supervisors. I spoke to some of your officers, and some of them liked you, actually. No, but he's done a great job for our community. How many years did you serve, sir? 28 years serving our community. Chairman Rickman, you've done a great job for not only our community and City of Tracy and the California Highway Patrol, but our Board of Supervisors the last 3 years. I do have a plaque I want to give you, but I'm going to let you say a few words, and I'm going to let our fellow board members speak.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And yeah, this is a surprise. I was wondering why you were calling me back here. But yes, I retired from the Highway Patrol. My official date here is the 15th, but had a last call here on Friday. You know, I'm stationed out of the Tracy office and with the sergeant, so I've worked in pretty much every city here in San Joaquin County. Worked in San Francisco, Dublin, Castro Valley, Stockton, and then final Tracy. And I just want to say thank you to the board. And again, this is just for the Highway Patrol. I'm still a Board of Supervisor. So, but I also want to say thank you to the officers of the Tracy office, especially the graveyard shift, which is the hardest working shift in any department and where I spent most of my time. And I want to say thank you to my wife and daughters and my parents and my family for their, what we mentioned earlier, the constant sacrifices, the worrying, missing, you know, birthday parties, holidays, and so on. It's going to be nice to get some regular sleep like regular people, and I'm hoping that my hair will just grow back, but we will see. Again, thank you, everybody on this board. Thank you for staff. Thank you. God bless you all.
We're going to have the Sheriff Withrow say a few words also, please.
Well, good morning. Hey, congratulations. It's amazing what you've been through in your lifetime working with the CHP all over the place. And unlike local law enforcement, we get to stay in one community. You get to go across our state and protect our citizens. And you know, with most law enforcement, our backup is fairly close. And with CHP, you can be out there a long time by yourself on the side of a highway dealing with a problem. And so we just respect the heck out of CHP, and we're so happy for you that you get to retire as a young man. And I'm pretty sure, like me, your hair won't come back. But we thank you for your service. And CHP has always been our close partners and are there for us. And I know how much your guys respect you, so congratulations.
And we're going to have our district attorney, Ron Frey, to say a few words also.
We have a roast. Who's watching out for San Joaquin County? Chairman Rickman, we are so proud of you and your retirement, 27 years, is that correct? And so much of that was spent on the East Bay, and then worked his way back to the Tracy. He was on an anti-gang task force. And I'll share with you a story. Last month, 2 o'clock in the morning, he got a wrong-way driver out on 205. And it just goes to show every night how dangerous it was, the public that you were protecting, and then being a shift sergeant and a leader for your organization. We greatly appreciate it. Usually when law enforcement retires, the sheriff will tell you it's very hard finding where to send the subpoenas, but we know where to subpoena you. And sure, but you have your Juris Doctorate. You led the organization, and we're very proud of you. Congratulations on this great accomplishment.
Thank you very much. And we have fellow Supervisor Paul Canepa.
I will do a little bit of a roast because he is kind of a little bit of control freak. So when I got on the board, I'm thinking, who is this highway patrol guy, right? And actually, we become really good friends. But he doesn't let me go through Tracy. So I have a card that I have to punch because he doesn't want me in his town. So, right? No, all kidding aside, he is a very hardworking man. I don't know how he does the work that he does and the places. I don't know when he sleeps, because when I call him, he always answers the phone. So, I mean, I am impressed with that. He's a huge family man, his wife Karen and his daughters. I mean, they're always on his tongue, and it's just amazing. So not only to represent, you know what I mean, law enforcement, but I mean his family, and we've become friends. I kid a lot. We do probably kid a little bit too much, but it's been an honor meeting you and becoming your friend. So congratulations on your retirement. Now you might be able to get some sleep, and I won't wake you up calling you, bugging you. So congratulations on your retirement. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations on your retirement. Did you turn it off on me? No, it is on. Okay. Myself and Supervisor Canepa, I mean, we've been blessed. I mean, you're the only chairman we've known. So we hear how this whole county's been in disarray for 200 years until, you know, this board got here. Under your leadership, this has been an absolutely phenomenal opportunity to be of service with professional leadership, and we really do appreciate it. I think the board's going to miss, you know, your mid-shift phone calls at 2 in the morning, making sure the rest of the county was going okay. But I'm looking forward to your continued leadership for this county. Thank you.
Sergeant Rickman, where do you begin? A man of integrity, a man of service, a man of community. And oftentimes we joke, but in all seriousness, and not making this go on and on and on, as our chairman, as a supervisor and service in the community, we have the utmost respect. And recently I was traveling, I was on a Southwest flight, and I sat next to a bunch of officers from CHP. They were at a big convention in Vegas, and I mentioned your name, and they just talked about integrity. They talked about a great example as a highway patrol officer. And that's a great reflection when you're respected by your peers. And having a Class A license and knowing a lot of highway patrol people when I had my crane company, believe me, I know there's some bad officers and but there's very few, really. There's so many that have a great standard, and you've conducted yourself and held that standard for the 27 or 28 years. So really, we appreciate and commend you, and we're glad that you're still staying here as supervisor, of course, and our chairman. And just one final thing to say about this is, just yesterday, I believe, was a birthday. So 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to chairman. Happy birthday to you. Thank you all.
I got the sheriff and the DA join us for a picture, please.
I want to say my face red on my head. Thank you all very, very much, and I really, really appreciate it. Wasn't expecting it, very surprised. You can see, I usually don't get too embarrassed, but so yeah, I'm sweating a little bit. You see little beads on my head. But again, thank you all very much. An honor to be here and work with you, my colleagues, and more than just that, good friends. That, it is true that we do talk a lot on the phone. I was just, speaking to Supervisor Canepa last night. So again, I'm very blessed. So thank you. All right, we're going to move on to public comment. Now's the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. So you will have 3 minutes, and if you would, please fill out some of the public comment forms I'm holding here. It's in the back there by the door. And we will go with our first. Carla.
Congratulations. Good morning, Chairman Rickman, and good morning, members of the board. I'm Carla Huney, and I am a citizen of San Joaquin County. I want to speak about the drop boxes again. So in August, the ROV called me and asked me to come into our office to talk about the surveillance on the drop boxes. An associate of mine and myself went in and spoke with her and with Eric, and surveillance barely came up. She was talking about how many she wanted to buy and all of that. Okay, so in a meeting last night with the GOP, she brought up the surveillance as not possible because it's going to cost $1 million on the 25 drop boxes. Okay, when she made that discussion with you all to buy the drop boxes, that should have been part of the presentation. She left out part of it, and I think we would, am I too close? I think it would have made a difference on how many you would have approved. Because by law, we only need 14. And so the surveillance needs to be on the 14. Again, I will talk about they need to be in the fire stations, in the police stations. All it takes is for the ROV to approve that. So you all need to think about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Molly Watkins.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jerkman. It is my duty as an American citizen to participate in the election process. And as I have been doing that very thing, I have learned how the system lacks accountabilities and checks and balances. The body seems to be concerned, that's you, and you have formed a committee, which is great. But the current system does not have checks and balances to audit the results and prove that my vote is actually counted accurately. There are many things that this board can continue to do locally to improve the system and assure the confidence in the election process. Again, date stamp every vote by mail ballot. That's part of the code. 2, use only 14 drop boxes and place them in fire and police stations. This is within the code. Every 30,000 people you get a box. And these locations are venues that help monitor the safety of the ballots put into the box. That would reduce your monitoring. Tell citizens to vote in person on election day. Ask them kindly to show their ID. The code says you do not have to show your ID to vote. It does not say that you cannot ask them to see their ID. And take control of the voter roll process in our county. Remove the dead voters, verify addresses as residential voters, investigate households with 5 or more voters. So yeah, you could have a household with 10 people, but think about it. Or do you really have 10 people in there that are 18 and over that are voting? Probably not. Take time to verify the registration added to the rolls by outside organizations. Remember the sheriff told us that it's very easy to just sit down and register somebody. So when they come in from other sources, we need to verify that they're actually people. Finally, inform the public of the consequences and penalties for voter fraud, and work with the district attorney to fully prosecute any of those people who commit penalties. The election committee needs to work to develop solutions to all these checks and balances, and I hope you'll continue to support them in that effort. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. All right, that's the only public comment forms I have. I know I have, Carla, you have one for number 6 for discussion items. If you just state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Melanie Knott. I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. Congratulations, Chairman Rickman, on your retirement from the Highway Patrol.
Thank you.
Board of Supervisors, the election integrity and transparency topic remains of vital importance to keep before us. I believe most would agree that education of our election process is significant: informed, knowledgeable citizen voters. That leads me to ask, where does the Board of Supervisors or the ROV office get their information to educate San Joaquin County eligible voters? Let me share with you Election Integrity Project California, a nonpartisan group of the U.S. citizen volunteers who are committed to defending through education, research, and advocacy the civil rights of U.S. citizens to fully participate in the election process under federal and state law. In their work, here are some issues they've identified specifically here in California: woefully unmaintained voter rolls, permissive laws and regulations, questionable technology and electronic systems, potential malfeasance, and plain and simple corruption at all bureaucratic levels. You can find more invaluable election information at www.eip-california.com. Let me move on to a closed session item, number 6, regarding a discussion that you'll have later today to approve an agreement with SystemSoft Technologies for temporary staffing services. If our election management systems are not connected to the internet, what need would we have to call upon the services of this company? And why was the ROV previously so ill-prepared to explain concerns raised regarding the geographical origins of temporary staff? What's with the apprehension to utilize local citizen volunteers? Let me close with this. Empower our Citizens Election Advisory Committee. It seems as if maybe possibly their powers being usurped. This should have been mentioned in an EAC meeting, and it hasn't been. It should be. Investigate issues in voter rolls. Use only the needed ballot drop boxes, preferably placed in police and fire stations. Encourage community. Encourage voter ID, one-day in-person voting, and get rid of the election machines. Instead, implement a hand count procedure. Together we can do this. Together we can restore San Joaquin County elections. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience wishing to address the board on items that are not on the agenda? All right, seeing no one, we'll end public comment, bring it back to the board, and we will approve the minutes. And these are for Board of Supervisors regular meetings, October 24th, 2023.
Move to approve. Second.
And a motion and a second. Can we get a vote, please? All right, it's adopted or approved 5-0. All right, we move on to consent items 1 through 24. Anybody from the board wishing to pull any items?
21.
21. Write this stuff down here.
4.
Hold on one sec. Canapa, you have 21. 21?
Thank you, sir.
And Supervisor Patty, what was that? 20. Supervisor Ding?
Item number 4, please.
Item number 4. And at the request of the district attorney, I'm going to pull items 16 and 17. So we will start in order. We will go with Supervisor Ding at number 4. All yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My reason for pulling this consent item is just to thank a few individuals who are serving. I wish to thank Nathan Kiowa for his service. I look forward to working with Jacqueline Dake. Jacqueline has been volunteering for the Woodbridge Wilderness Area for approximately 15 years. She's done trail crew, keeping the trails passage for visitors, and manned the gates when it was required for entry. She is being named to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Woodbridge Municipal Advisory Council, Zachariah Wooden is a young, ambitious individual and will be a great addition to the Woodbridge MAC. I think that is it. That is it. But anyway, I think it's very important that we recognize those that serve on our panels, and that we recognize their service and their sacrifice. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Don't see anybody in the queue. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And now move on to item number 16. Our district attorney here by chance? All right, then what it was, retroactively adopt a resolution to contract with the California Office of Emergency Services for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance and Unemployment Insurance Anti-Fraud Grant Program, the amount of $165,009 for the period of July 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2025, and approve related budget adjustments. There he is. Supervisor Moore. Dave Freitas, welcome again. It's all yours.
Thank you, Chairman Rickman, Vice Chairman Villapuba, CAO Wilberding, members of the board. First off, I'd like to commend you on your recognition of Veterans Day at 1:30. Me and my staff will be here, and we greatly appreciate that. I asked to pull these two items very quickly, even though they add up to $1.5 million of grants for our district attorney's office. We now, my crack staff has been up all night adding the numbers, and this brings our total to over $10 million of grants that's been awarded the district attorney's office in our first 10 months. So with a total budget of about $60 million, 1/6 of our budget at least is now being paid by grants and not out of the general fund. So anyway, I wanted to just take this opportunity to urge you, one, to accept this, but two, also recognize my staff, the hard work they're doing, applying for these competitive grants, fighting for our victims, fighting for our services so that we can provide the best to our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see anybody from the board. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And none. And move on to item number 17, which our DA just addressed, but it's also retroactively adopt a resolution for contract renewal with the California Office of Emergency Services for the DA's Victim Witness Assistance Program in the amount of $1,453,221 for the period of October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, and approve related budget adjustments. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? All right, seeing none, we will move on to item number 20, which is Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to ask the sheriff, through the chair, I have a couple questions on the sheriff as it relates to recovery, not particularly this issue for boat recovery, but just give us a little update on what you're dealing with out on the water. We had a recent sunken tugboat. Maybe we can get an update on what's going on with that for not only the hazmat recovery, but the vessel itself, and you know, what the plans are and what the greater needs might be.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, through the board, we have a lot going on out at the water right now. We did have a tugboat that was owned by a private party next to their boat sink. Unfortunately, it sunk right near an intake valve for the city of Stockton where they get a lot of their water. So they've had to shut that valve down. We immediately responded and took control of the situation until Coast Guard could get on scene. It's their jurisdiction because it's a commercial tugboat, even though it's owned by a private party right now. And it's full of diesel fuel and oil and everything else that's inside our tugboats. So they have boomed it off and has contained the spill there. This has been going on for several months now. They're working very hard. Congressman Harder, we've asked him we reached out to his office, and he has stepped in trying to help us. The problem we're having is that the equipment, the tugboat weighs 100 tons. It's a massive boat. And the equipment to be able to move such a boat is on the East Coast at this time for other emergencies over there. It's going to take a few months for that to get back over to us. At that time, the Coast Guard is going to raise the tugboat and drain it of the fluids, although there have been recent talks, I've just been told today, where they may be able to drain it while it's in place, sitting on the bottom. And either way, the Coast Guard's working diligently to try and get those fluids drained. And when the equipment gets here, hopefully once they raise it, we're working very hard to ask them, don't just drain it and let it go back down again. Let's eliminate this tugboat and get it out of our area. So it seems like we're moving towards that with all parties working together on this. So we've got a lot going on that front. And then, of course, in your district at the end of 8 Mile Road, there are a lot of stolen and abandoned cars that were dumped in that area, and as well as some tragedies that occurred where people had driven off the end there and lost their lives. So our boating crew has done an amazing job. We don't have our own dive team, so we work with Sacramento and Stanislaus County and... Is that it, those two? And ask their dive teams to come and assist us because they have to go under the water and get the cable on for the tow companies to get those vehicles out of there. And we had about 20 vehicles down there at the end underneath water, believe it or not. And we have got all but one of them out now. So we're down to one vehicle that's left there. And what's slowing us down, again, we don't have our own dive team, which I'll, in our next budget, be looking at. But we're lucky enough that we have Sacramento and Stanislaus that on their regular training days, we ask them, hey, this is great training for you, come here. So it actually turns out to be free for us. They come, they hook up to it for us, they get some great training in some very murky water. And then the tow companies that pull them out, they're able to assess the fees to the insurance companies on those vehicles. So it costs our county nothing when we do it this way. So we've got almost all but one of those vehicles out right now in that location. And then unfortunately, we have several other locations throughout the Delta where they are dumping grounds for stolen vehicles. They steal the cars, they strip them, and then they dump them in the water. And so we're working on every single location that we know of. With the SAR bots that you guys have approved for our boating, those are those robots that go underneath and locate these things for us very quickly. And there's another new radar, what's it called? Live Scope is a new radar type of thing that we have that can get a picture of the entire floor of the Delta for us when we're traveling with the boat. We're able to spot all those. And we're going to work diligently on those until we get all of them out. So they've been very busy out there, but with all the new equipment and stuff that you've approved, we've been able to get a lot of them.
Thank you. I appreciate the update, and I know there's multiple agencies and jurisdictions and such, and I appreciate our water division stepping right up and you guys executing a great job and trying to avert a bigger natural disaster or unnatural disaster with the chemical spills, oils and fluids. There's another abandoned tugboat out there. Is that correct? Somebody just recently told me.
There's another ship right behind it. It's not a tugboat, but it is a ship that was also attached to the Aurora that is also owned by the same person that sank before the tugboat. And it's sitting down there. It's not full of the fluids as much as the tugboat was and all that. But we're going to have to deal with that on a civil procedure, I'm sure, as far as having to sue the owner of that place to get that thing, hold him responsible for the cost of this. The tugboat alone is going to be about $3 to $4 million for the Coast Guard to be able to get that thing out of there, and hopefully they will go back after the owner of it also for that.
Excellent. All right, well, I appreciate the update. If you need any resources, please come to the board, and we'll manage to support whatever you need because it's important work, and we have an estuary out there, and people recreate, and oftentimes some neglect is going on that I know we want to avert.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was last week or last board meeting or the board meeting before that you recognized Tracy Glaves and her work out there. I just wanted to reiterate the difference that has been made out there in the past 4 years or so of, the water is almost half as dirty as it used to be because of the work with the community out there, Tracy and her group and our boating crew. And so it just keeps them improving and improving. So we're very proud of that work.
Agreed. And I appreciate Ms. Glaves is here. And I understand there's a movement to call it the Glaves Delta in the next, perhaps a renaming, something through the state. So we appreciate everybody's efforts. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Canepa.
I just pulled 22. I wanted to commend the boating unit. I mean, you don't understand what it means. I mean, obviously yesterday we had a meeting with somebody who lost their son in there, and the closure that she got from it. So anything that we can do, I mean, obviously getting a dive unit is important, but I think it's important that people know your guys' wins, and that's why I brought this one up, is because there was I don't know, Sergeant, I know Leo by his first name, so I don't, it's amazing. So they came, and there was 20-something cars under there, and they were just astonished that you guys did that. So I was just proud of the fact that you did do that and how you pulled all the resources through Mike's and Daughters Towing, and got those out and possibly some closure for some families. So if you get, there was what, 20? I don't know. I'm not going to say how many cars, but
yes, sir. There was about 20 that we removed.
Can you kind of explain how difficult it is and how you did that? You got the people from the other areas to come and dive and hook them and...
Yes, so I contacted Sacramento County and I contacted Stanislaus County dive teams, and they requested training days. So Stan County works every second Tuesday of the month on training, and they don't have very good or limited spots to dive. So I told them about this operation to remove the vehicles, and every month we've been removing 3 or 4 or 5 at a time.
And it's huge because the city of Stockton's water intake is not far from this. So, I mean, those are the things, and I don't know how we get this good news out, and Tracy and the partnerships that we have and what you guys have done has been absolutely amazing. And not just because my nephew is one of y'all on the boating and waterways, because that's what we were talking about yesterday, how proud I am of him and of what the work that you guys do. So thank you so much for what you do. It means a lot to me.
All right, thanks.
Absolutely, thank you. And also, real quick, looking at Leo speaking while up at the camera there, I just want to make it clear this is No Shave November for the San Joaquin Sheriff's Office. We're not going to look like unprofessional like this forever, just till the end of November, even though Leo looks good in his beard. I do not, and but I just wanted to make that point. But thank you guys for your support. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Yes, I was just looking for a little clarification. I had Trace Claves in my office last week. I guess in the Bay Area, they're doing kind of a crackdown on unlicensed commercial vehicles, ships, et cetera. So I guess they're coming over into the Delta to escape. Is there anything the board can do? I guess there's a problem between privately, personal craft versus commercial. I was so scared of her, I wasn't quite paying complete attention to what she was saying. It was yes, ma'am. But I guess we're having a problem with the commercial vehicles like tugboats and dump boats coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let Sergeant Khan explain that since I have no knowledge of it. But just glad to hear somebody else is afraid of Tracy too.
So just to clarify your question, you're talking about the SAVE grant, correct? The $150,000 plus the 15% match that we do. That's only for recreational boats. I think it was last year, Assemblyman Viapudwa came out trying to get a commercial thing going. I don't know where that stands right now to find funding for the commercial side of stuff, but right now we can't use state funds to go after commercial boats.
Yeah, so to put that in language that he explained it to me, yeah, we get the funding to remove boats that are problem boats that are abandoned wherever, whether it's on land or people can turn their boats in or on the water, and those are all for privately owned. So people who have their regular boat they go fishing in or jet ski or water skiing or whatever. But when it comes to a commercial boat that's registered as a commercial vehicle, then we cannot use those funds to get those abandoned boats, i.e. like the tugboat that sank. It's registered as a commercial boat. So we don't have any funding to get rid of abandoned commercial type boats along our delta, and that's the responsibility of the Coast Guard. So we keep working with them on that, but that's why we can't go after those.
And I'm assuming the process is before the accident happens or they sink, just them coming through the straits, do we not have jurisdiction to check on commercial, to make sure their paperwork's in line? That would all be Coast Guard. In other words, I guess what I heard was anybody that wasn't licensed, wasn't doing anything correct, they're fleeing kind of the Bay Area right now because they're doing a sweep there and they're coming into the Delta. So basically addressing the problem before it occurs. Do we have the ability to identify commercial vehicles, whether they're licensed or not?
So we can make contact with the vessel. However, we do not have a system to look up the vessel that is registered through the Coast Guard. It's not like a non-registered, like a private citizen one would get CF numbers. We have access and ability to look who owns that vessel, but with Coast Guard vessels that are documented, we can't see who owns it unless we make contact with the person. But we can make contact with people that own these vessels.
Okay.
And then ask them for identification and stuff like that.
So that would be a state fix we would need for
Yes.
access. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Thank you, Sheriff Sergeant. Thank you guys very much. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item?
I'm leaving. Anybody else?
I'm ducking.
Hi, Tracy Glade, San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch. Before Sergeant Khan leaves, I just want you guys all to know the 29 agencies applied for the VTIP program. Leo scored the highest out of every one of them. I think it was 157 was his score. So I'm very proud of him. This was his first time to do it. Richardson Bay received $365,000 for removal. We received, to put it in perspective, we received $150,000. They are going to be doing what they call a cleanup. And so historically what that means is they don't remove the vessels like the Aurora and all of the other ones they just issue them notice to leave, and they have to leave. So historically the Delta has been like that cereal commercial, give it to Mikey, he'll eat anything. That's what's happened with the Delta, because we do not have the ordinances to help protect them moving in. For them to move here, most of them cannot get here on their own power. So they have to be towed with a tug, which then, because it's the main channel, they have to get a permit to move them. And so if there is a way that we can have where we have to be notified prior to, that would be helpful. Also on 8 Mile, where the young man lost his life, years ago, there was a blinking sign, a warning sign. I believe there was 2 of them. Because when you come to that location, it's dark, there's no light out there at night, and it is a drop-off for the ferry to go over to the Hilton property. If we had warning lights back up to let people know that it's a dead end, hopefully that's an easy fix. So I would hope that Mr. Patty maybe could reach out to Public Works and look at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item? Yes, please.
Just so Tracy knows, I was notified yesterday by Supervisor Patty that without us even asking, he's already reached out and is working on getting those type of lights and signs and barriers and things like that all that we can do down there to make sure that we don't have any more tragic accidents like that. So I appreciate you doing that for us.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item? And now I'm bringing it back to the board, and again, this is for vessel exchange grant for $150,000, which is great, more funding to do some of the things that we talked about. Good job with the sheriff's department. Your boating crew is keeping getting better and better and better, and you just hear nothing but positive things. So keep up the good work, and as Supervisor Canepa mentioned, I look forward to seeing in the next budget cycle, whenever it is that you're going to bring it back to this board, Sheriff Withrow, funding for the dive team. I think it would be awesome. Since let us know. With that being said, Supervisor Canepa, you pulled 21. I know we discussed 20. Do you still want to pull 21?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
All right. So with that being said, I entertain a motion to approve consent items 1 through 24.
Move to approve.
Well, second.
Got a motion and a second. Going to vote, please. Adopted and approved, 5-0. All right, with the board's approval, we are going to move closed session till the end of the meeting, which means end of the 1:30 session also. So if everybody's okay with that, we'll move on to the 9 a.m. scheduled morning item. And this is a public hearing to approve an amendment to Development Agreement PA-03000367 DA relative to property within the Mountain House community, PA-2300236. And this is a District 5 item. And Deputy Director King, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. So on November 22nd, 2005, the Board of Supervisors approved a development agreement with Ruka Capital LLC's predecessor, Pegasus Mountain House Ventures 1 LLC, with an expiration date of December 22nd, 2030, and a major subdivision, tract number 3414, with an expiration date of November 22nd, 2017. On October 24th of 2017, the Board of Supervisors approved a 6-year time extension on the tentative map, extending the expiration date to November 22nd of 23. So this project is an amendment to the development agreement to extend the tentative map expiration date to December 22nd of 2030 to align with the expiration date of the development agreement. This shows the location of tract number 3414 within the Mountain House community. And this is the previously approved tentative map. So it's recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution and ordinance to approve an amendment to the development agreement PA 03000367. Thank you.
That was nice and short. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm bringing it back to the board and Supervisor Canepa.
I just have a question. So all the infrastructure is in this area, in the CFDs and the bonds and all that is done. So
it's all included in the conditions of approval, and they'll handle all that when they actually record the map. So this is just really to extend the expiration date of the tentative map because they're not quite ready to record it yet.
Okay, is there any start? So this is just at the beginning part of
It's just the map's approved. They just aren't ready to finalize the map, so we're just extending the date to allow them more time.
Till 2030. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, this time we're going to open up the public hearing. So there will be a time limit of 3 minutes for public comments. Is there anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing no one. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for additional comments or concerns. If there is none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
I have one more question, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So them becoming a city, this doesn't affect any of it, that they would take this over on their own, or?
It will then be part of the city if they incorporate. The map will still be processed. Most likely they'll make an agreement with Public Works Surveyor Department, so it'll still work with them. But these maps are previously approved and I believe stay in effect because it doesn't expire potentially until 2030.
And then it would be City of Mountain House's baby? Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. All right, we have a motion on the table by Supervisor Patton.
Second.
And we have a second by Supervisor Canepa. Go to vote, please. is adopted 4-0 with Supervisor Dean being absent.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the discussion item. Discussion number 1. Approve the use of $30,000 from the first supervisorial district discretionary fund for St. Edward Church Neighborhood Community Center Program, $1,000 for the 11th annual Bartlett Court Trunk and Treat event, and $1,000 for Mexican Heritage Center Dia de los Muertos Community Street Fiesta. So I'm going to turn this over to our Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. So this $30,000 will go to the community center at St. Edward's Church. And I think it'd be a nice addition. They have a brand new facility, and they need help with bleachers, they need help with chairs, they need help with various items that I would like to help. And the other $1,000 are for local nonprofits. The Mexican Heritage Center does a great job of Dia de los Muertos. They have a street fair, and then the first annual trunk or treat to help kids, like on Western Ranch, and just good money well spent to help the community.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Anyone else in the queue? Open up for the public. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? Then now bring it back to the board. There's no further discussion. Entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve this, if possible.
A second. A motion, a second by Supervisor Dean. Can I vote, please? All right, it's adopted 5-0.
Thank you all very much.
Vice Chair. Moving to item number 2. Board discussion on creating a salary review committee for the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors and review the automobile reimbursement allowance. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just want to make a statement on this and bring it to the board for discussion. I'm on this board now 7 years, and something that never really sat well with me is that every time there's a discussion and a raise proposed for the, I believe it would be that we fit in the criteria of the unrepresented, we're essentially giving ourselves a raise. And that's just something that never really felt comfortable. So speaking with Supervisor Canepa and noting that the city of Stockton in the past had created an independent committee for these types of decisions, I think it just gives us a little separation from giving ourselves a raise whenever these negotiations go about, and oftentimes they're in a closed session. They're not out in public. So I think it would behoove us to consider that, and I thought it would be good to put it on this agenda for us to discuss if we are in favor of that. It seems to have worked out. Through the chair, I'd refer to Supervisor Canepa, but I believe that's a system that the city put into place and it's still working. At some point, they may come back with different suggestions and ideas of what we would do moving forward. If anything different, I really don't know. But again, I think it should be out of our control and looked at independently of us. And I would suggest that we each would choose somebody from public sector, from private sector, just a myriad of representatives that would join on this committee. I believe, again, that's how the city had done it. And also review, to this point I put on this, in the last 20 years, we haven't looked at our auto policy on reimbursement. We use our own vehicles. In the past, some supervisors or these supervisors were given a vehicle to put wear and tear and utility, which at some point has phased out. But we know gas has gone up, insurance has gone up, cost of tires, repair, maintenance on vehicles has all gone up. So that's also something to be considered by this committee. So I thought it would be nice to put this on the agenda and activate something to work through and with HR, however that committee would commence and move forward. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. Excuse me. Supervisor Canepa.
Yeah, this is one of those things that is when you first. I mean, I came from a private business, so obviously, when coming over to the county for a job and onboarding, it's crazy. The training and all the different programs and deferred comp and all the things that you get inundated that being a private business person you don't deal with, on the daily. So at the city of Stockton, it was a salary setting commission, and they looked at, the comps. And I mean, even I was talking with the county administrator yesterday about it, and they had the cafeteria plan. and he said that our pay is, with COLAs. And I'm thinking, okay, well, if that was part of it, then what was that cafeteria plan doing separately? And then that came up, and well, right now, and I won't speak for Jay, so if you could speak to that on how it was hard recruiting management folks at the same time, could you explain to how that was kind of detrimental to the cause for the cafeteria plan? Because that just got rolled over into our salary. So I said, well, okay, if we don't pick our own salary, how did that get rolled over? And so it was kind of confusing, and it's still kind of confusing on all the nuances of how we change it. And so it might be better if we do have somebody on the outside looking at it, because it is hard and it is variables. And I'm in 10 months, and the whole health, for me, because I had it through somebody else, and then is it worth it to do it through here? And then the whole cafeteria plan changed. So it's not as black and white as we think it is. So there's lots of questions, and I mean, for most people, and I mean just regular employees, HR did a great job of explaining it to me. I finally switched over to the county's health insurance because the cafeteria plan was rolled over into salary. But I mean, before we were below the median, and now this puts us up to the median. So maybe it would be worth it to have somebody look at it. Supervisor Dings put 25,000 miles on his car since January. And so, I mean, not only depreciation and things like that. So I live in town. It takes me a whopping 10 minutes to get here from Lincoln Village. So, I mean, those are the things that we need to be mindful of. And there's just 5 of us. Not to mention, we were talking about it with the county administrator about, some places have term limits, some places don't have term limits. So there's variables, and there's lots of moving parts to this. So I do think that it is better when we don't look at it ourselves, because then that's not fair. You know what I mean? You're cherry picking stuff for, your own good. But I mean, like for me, I left my family's business. I probably could go back.
I got to ask, point of clarity. This isn't about what we've earned, what we do. This isn't about a cafeteria. This is if we want to.
I'm just saying putting it.
Excuse me, if I could just finish. And then if you have something else to say. But point of clarity, this is about a discussion whether we want to create an independent committee or not. I really don't care about cafeteria, this, work, miles. That's not the discussion. That's something that we could speak with the committee about.
Right.
They interview us.
I'm just saying why I think it's important to have somebody on the outside look at it. So all those different variables, point of clarity is point of clarity, because if that's what's bugging me about this, then I think that's the most important point. Because if we're going to do this and you're going to start another... Are you listening? Are you talking? Come on now. If you're going to interrupt me and then talk, that's rude. Okay. Point of clarity, and I have the floor. Chair, what do you...
Have the floor,
can
go
you,
ahead.
What do we...
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. So there's different variables on how you do it and how you see it and how it's perceived. Because, I mean, this is one of those gray areas. Whether you like it or not, or whether you like what I'm saying or not, it's my right to say whatever I want. So, carry on.
All right. Thank you. And you have a question? Did you have a question for our CAO?
I would like him to clarify that part about it, that it was hard for them to recruit management positions because of the cafeteria plan, which mysteriously went away on our doing. So if you could clarify that, I would appreciate it.
Sure, Supervisor Canepa, through the chair. What I was commenting about yesterday when we had talked was that the cafeteria plan was separate from the base pay in a number of management salaries, which also included the Board of Supervisors. And in some cases when there were recruitments involved, because it was separate, and I don't want to get too far into an HR discussion here, so I'll keep it crisp, is that if you did not use the county benefits because of the fact that you maybe had a spouse who was working and you were on your spouse's insurance, that cafeteria plan could be taken in as salary dollars. But if you were paying your own benefits, because you got a cafeteria component, you would pay full freight, which was approximately 5 times what you would pay if you were not covered under the cafeteria plan. So essentially you got this big benefit, but the benefit pretty much went away if you needed to use the health insurance. And so that got confusing in some of the recruitments that we were doing because it was different and a number of folks would not understand that. And so it got to be a lot cleaner if you could add it to the base. Therefore, when somebody came on board, when you said they had a base salary of X, they knew that that was in fact what their base salary was, and it wouldn't be impacted based on their selection of benefits or where they got their coverage.
Perfect. So thank you for clarifying that. And sorry to say that to you, but when you bring something up for a discussion item, then that's what it is. It's for a discussion item, and if the discussion is not going your way, I apologize.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there anybody from the Human Resources Department here? Okay. No? All right, no worries.
Supervisor Villapudua, I'm not sure where our director is.
No problem. I do like the idea of a committee, but I'd like to study all electeds, like the assessor, the treasurer, the auditor. I want to know if they're in the top 10 in 58 counties, or where they at. I mean, you need to look at, make sure they're being paid properly on a level with it's comparable to our county, our size.
Supervisor Villapudua, when we do our bargaining, and again, our director would be probably a little bit more specific on this, but we pull together, we have a 10-county salary survey that we do, and some of them are north, south, east, and west of us, so we get a pretty good blend of our geographically contiguous counties. We have a couple that were outside. I believe Ventura is one of them, but because it's similar to us in function, we include that. And we did that for all of the positions, and for any of the positions that were out of bounds on the low side, more than 5%, we would generally provide an equity adjustment to that. And so that takes place as a normal part of our salary negotiations with SEIU.
Okay, great. Maybe we can get a report to see where everybody's at. I'm hearing just certain elected that are not in the top 20 or so forth. So if we could get a report to find out where like the auditor's office is, where the treasurer is, where the assessor is, we'd like to see that.
We would have a report on that, Supervisor. I believe we can send you that pretty simply, okay. And those all would have been included, is my understanding. As a matter of fact, I believe in the prior one, I was in the auditor controller role and did get a small equity adjustment at that time.
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Ding.
Just a couple of questions. I guess I'm assuming that supervisors, recorder, auditor, all the elected positions are paid the same? Is that true, or?
Supervisor Ding, through the chair, that is not true. The salaries are somewhat separate depending on the elected role, and my understanding is that those differences are based on scope of responsibility and, I believe, level of qualification.
Okay, the second question, Supervisor Canepa, at the city of Stockton, just as an example, how is this review committee, is it appointed by the city council, or is it just pegged to tie to another position? How is that done?
Yeah, it would be just like any other appointment process through, you know what I mean, general application, and then you picked it.
Okay.
I don't remember the number of the members on it.
And
but
then,
I mean, and some of the things, and I mean, that's the whole thing. It used to be the mayor's pay used to be tied to the chairman's pay. I mean, there's all these different variables, and there's different variables everywhere. So I mean, sorry to get excited, but I mean, the numbers change, and people have different ones, and there's different people's ideas. So nothing is cookie cutter. And I mean, that's the uncomfortable thing, is talking about our salary, because, you know, who wants their elected giving themselves a raise? But I mean, there's so many different, and I mean, we just talked about 5 of them right here on, you know, who does what and how it's done and why it's done. So I mean, there is need for clarity. So thank you.
Okay, and then one other question for council, and I hate to put you on the spot here, but it is I mean, one of the greatest things about having different staff join us is the experiences they've had outside of San Joaquin County and after, you know, Marin County and Shasta County. Do they have different policies in place than what we do? Is that okay to ask you that?
Sure, that's fine. My recollection, and just to the background, I've worked for Nevada County, Marin County, and Siskiyou County prior to here. My recollection of how it was done at those counties when I was there, which is not to say they still do it this way, is that the boards actually set their salaries in much the way we've been doing it here, which is to say they look at what other counties are paying and they set a salary based upon what they think is a comparable county. That being said, I've seen also, I'm aware, I know this is a reoccurring issue with many boards because it's sort of a tricky situation. So I'm aware of other counties which set the board salary based upon some percentage, for instance, of what judges make, for instance. I've not seen the system which is being proposed here, but evidently Stockton does it. So there's all sorts of different ways in which counties do this and try to separate out somewhat the decision as to what the board should be paid. Ultimately, the board makes the decision, but you can have a situation like what is being proposed here where a committee makes a recommendation and then the board decides whether to accept that recommendation or not.
Or if the committee decides to go ahead and, for instance, you mentioned tie it to judge slot or something like that, they could do that as well. We would have to approve.
Yeah, ultimately, it's the board's responsibility to approve its salary. What I've seen other counties do is try to have some other body make a recommendation, which they then adopt, which is what I guess is being suggested here. I think I've seen some counties where they make it an average of some other elected official salaries, the district attorney, the sheriff, something like that. They make it some percentage of the average salary of other electeds. There's an infinite variety of ways you could approach it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. I'm going to jump back to our vice chair. I know we have HR here. Did you have a question?
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering who represents the treasurer, the auditor. Just curious. I mean, they're only elected. There's 5 of us. There's one of them. Who represents them? Who are they tied into? And are they paid? Like maybe the top 10 in the state of California.
Con?
The current process that we use for all of our elected officials, so that does include your board as well, is we do a market survey of other elected officials. So currently the practice that we're using when we negotiate MOUs, memorandums of understanding with our largest union, SEIU, at that same time, we look at the salaries of our unrepresented staff here. So that includes our senior management, executive management, and the elected officials. So a market survey is completed to compare those like classes with other counties, our 10 comparator counties, to determine if our current salary is at market, below market, then we would consider through our labor committee making recommendations to this board on adjusting salaries for those unrepresented officials and employees in the same way we do for our represented staff.
Okay. Do you think we can get a report on see where everybody's at to make sure they're paid appropriately?
Are you requesting for
for
all
example,
elected officials?
Well, yeah, for the auditor. I know Jeff works really hard. I want to make sure he's paid appropriately. I know Fonzie and the treasurer department works really hard, and everybody. I want to make sure that they're represented and make sure they're paid accordingly.
That's the direction of this board. We certainly can do that.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Canepa.
Then they also negotiate their contract, right? At the end, or this is it. There's variables that come up in every contract. I mean, obviously the CAO put in 4/5 in his for termination. You know what I mean? And some people put in longer lengths of time that they're paid when they're, so we're elected. So it's hard because if you do that, you're comparing management So we can only have an 8-year career here where you can have a 30-year career. So there's all those different variables that come into consideration in this, and it's not as easy. I wish it was as easy as just setting a committee. Then you have lay people also coming in and making decisions on our salaries that don't really know what we do on the daily. So those are all variables that come into consideration. So not to minimize, I don't know, the committee that you have, so what makes up that committee?
So the Labor Committee is currently county representatives of the County Administrator's Office, County Council, and Human Resources. And that's your committee that reviews all labor items before they come to the board, either in closed session or open session. The majority of employees in the county do not have individual contracts. There are a few that have individual contracts, but the majority, department heads, elected officials, do not negotiate individual contracts. They follow the terms and condition of our unrepresented resolutions.
That are set forth. So that's the management.
So our executive management, our department heads, our senior managers, most assistant department heads, our confidential employees, which are employees, county council, human resources, the county administrator's office, the clerk of the board's office. Those are all unrepresented staff. They're not represented by the union, so there's no one to negotiate on their behalf. So the Labor Committee then makes recommendations to the board on the terms and conditions of their employment, and you adopt those as part of those resolutions.
Okay, and then so the ranges that we see, then who picks them in the range from the bottom to the tops of the range? Who
The
decides?
salary ranges are set by the board through the recommendation of that Labor Committee that presents to you the recommendations.
So there is flexibility in salaries.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by
No,
that.
when somebody comes in, there's flexibility to go to the bottom of the range or the top of the range.
Yes.
Who decides that?
That is done by the appointing department head. Let's say if it's for a senior manager or whoever the appointing authority is, then they would determine if they would request of the county administrator and HR director have the authority to authorize what we call advanced step placement, so anything beyond the first range. Our county ordinance indicates that people should be hired at range 1, the first step, unless there's recruitment difficulties. So in those cases, that there's an administrative process to determine if someone can come in above step 1. It is, especially in this labor market, is not uncommon to see people coming in above step 1 at all levels of our organization.
Okay, my point is just to show that there's variables, and that was the thing.
Absolutely.
This is not as easy as it sounds. So that was my only point, and that's what I'm reiterating. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Seeing nobody else in the queue, open it for the public. Anybody from the public who address the board on this item? And no one. Bring it back to the board for further discussion, or I will entertain a motion. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. First, through the chair, County Council, would we entertain a motion as just this basic discussion? Do we need to make a motion to move forward to form a committee? What would be the order here?
You have the option of making a motion directing staff to come back with a proposal consistent with what you've proposed in your board letter, which is to have a committee look at salaries and benefits, the composition of which would be appointed by this board.
Got it. Understood. Thank you. So we could make a motion. And to the credit of all the supervisors that has something to say, especially thank you for Vice Chair Villapudua. We always take a look and we see where the vacancies are, and oftentimes this all happens in closed session. So I appreciate that we'll maybe get a review on where we are in salaries, how they rank for some of the electeds that are not negotiable. They're sometimes underrepresented in that discussion, I believe. That's what you'd like to be as comfort on that. Good idea. And then to the point, Supervisor Canepa, and I wasn't trying to stop you, this is about if we want to do where our salaries are, what the recommendations may be, the cafeteria plan history. I'm just trying to focus on this, staying on task of, do we want to do a committee independent of us that would come back with recommendations that might recommend, as our county council pointed out, several different options for us to adopt so that we're hands off. Because again, this is your guys, Supervisor Villapudua and I are gone in this next year. So this is more about the future of the county and its policy and practices going forward, more than cafeteria, what was this rollover change, and there are many variables, I agree. So I'm thinking, and again, for 7 years, I was really never comfortable when we made an approval of anybody else's raise that in effect we're giving ourselves a raise. It just didn't feel right. So I like that other supervisors, speaking with them, they've figured out different methodologies, and I believe I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with appointing a representative from each of our offices to work independent of us, of course, and see if they can work with HR as and come back with some recommendations. That's what I would like to see us do. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Just clarification. Are you making a motion that HR come back with a proposal consistent with what you've put in the board letter, or are you asking they actually create it now, which I think might be a little bit problematic because I think probably the details need to be worked out.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the detail could be worked out, but if we agree that we would.
So you're making a motion that staff be directed to come back with the proposal consistent with the board letter that you've submitted here, and then secondly, it sounds as if you're asking staff to come back with information regarding elected officials' salaries.
Correct, but just for clarity, through the chair, what I'm asking is that the supervisors, if they agree, to proceed with, so that the motion is to proceed with appointing a independent committee appointed by the Board of Supervisors, each member choosing somebody from the public and private sector perhaps, so that they would work through and work with HR in coming back to this board with recommendations. That's where my intent is. Is that clear?
I think so. I think what the HR would come back with a proposal as to how a committee would be set up and the parameters of who. The HR would come back with a proposal, which the board would then decide when it comes back whether to approve that proposal.
Incorrect.
Oh, okay. You're actually saying now you want to set up the committee.
Yeah, my proposal, if we can do this, and you're here to safeguard us, my proposal is that if we agree as a board, to move forward with a independent committee, that works independent of us and works with HR on coming back with if any recommendations to the board on a change in the structure of how our salaries are decided, what rates, what ratio, what parameters, what they might be attached to by metrics, and also look at the vehicle expenses that have gone up in the last 20 years, but nothing's been amended in that period of time.
Do you think you have sufficient specificity to be able to carry that out?
I believe I understand what Supervisor Patty is asking. I am, to be candid with you, Supervisor Patty, I'm not sure that's, I would likely go with what County Council Kiernan was recommending, and that we bring back some options for how we establish a committee. I think there's a lot of information that Human Resources can gather from our 58 county to see how they're approaching this, to provide some framework that we'd then be able to get back. And if the intent of this board is to have a committee determine the salary, we can make recommendations of who a good committee makeup would be, and then we can implement that. My concern would be if we set up a committee to determine how we're going to review salary, we could have a lot of competing interests, and we may have a hard time coming back to this board with a really solid recommendation that it would benefit the salary process for the board.
Sure. So I disagree with your recommendation, but I'm one, and there's 5 up here. I believe that just as we have planning commissioners that work together, we could choose different representatives. Supervisor Ding knows people, someone independent of, somebody that's from the business sector. That would be a good person to sit down, come up with a consensus. There's 5 people. They have to move forward. They have to come up with some direction in working with you, presenting different options so that they, just exactly as the model, and this is the intent was, shadowing what they've done in the city of Stockton, which seems to have worked. So if the city of Stockton was an example that failed, we'd say, Let's not go down that path because that worked out to be a disaster. Instead, we as adults, as representatives, I know people personally, I know business people that I would like to select that are from the private sector that have a perspective of what our job should be and an understanding. And you could share with them a median. You could share with them what other counties are doing. County Council very clearly shared some different options, and that committee, working with you, could come back to us with some recommendations. I think it's more efficient, more effective. I know that we can go down a rabbit hole and come up with many, many options, and then it starts becoming a real discussion about us and salary and how to proceed with other counties and such, and that's what I don't want. I want this to be something that we have chosen, a representative that would work with you and bring back recommendations to us, similar to what they've done effectively in the city of Stockton. That's my intent. And that's what I'd like to make a motion to do. If we can second it and take a vote, if it carries, that's great.
Through the chair, may I ask one question for clarification?
Go ahead.
Is your intent that this committee that I would work with comes back with a recommendation for setting your salary or a recommendation to determine the appropriate method to review and set the salary?
I think they would take an overall view of all of it. Look at our salary. If we were, for instance, let's use an exaggeration because I like to do exaggerations. Let's say we were the lowest paid county supervisors in the history of California. Then they come back and go, well, that's not quite right. Let's also say that we were the highest paid county supervisors in the history of California. The committee might say, well, that doesn't seem appropriate either. But we might find something in the middle that the committee would come back and say, and working with HR, they look at comparable counties, they look at practices, and they set a parameter of what would be the best practice moving forward. I don't believe we'd have a committee going forward in perpetuity because county council shared a couple of metrics of, you may come back and say, hey, you should be the middle of the road of electeds. You should be a portion of the judges' salaries. You could be, there's options to bring forward so that we're clear of it. The committee would make that recommendation, and we can choose to accept a raise or not. If there's a raise, we could choose, to adopt if there's a salary cut. So let it be. I believe they did that in the city of Stockton.
My understanding, Supervisor Patty, is that once a elected official begins a term, that we do not have the authority to reduce their salary. That would be something that they would have to willingly accept.
Yeah, understand. That's fine. And that's, again, working together. It's a pretty simple process. Again, it's worked effectively in the city. If we saw that it hit a brick wall and nobody could agree on anything and it was a 2-hour meeting and a lot of fighting and name calling and disruption, we'd say like, well, that's a model not to pursue. But speaking with Supervisor Canepa and following what they've done in the past seems to have worked quite effectively. It's a simple thing to adopt. And I think we could do it I think we could each choose somebody that would be responsible and look at the private public sector and see how it meets.
All right. One second. Or, Counselor, do you have something?
Yeah, I'm just looking at what we've agendized here, and we've agendized discussing setting up a salary review committee, and then the action to be followed would be following board discussion, staff to complete any direction set by the board. We've actually not agendized establishing the committee. So I think it's a little outside the scope of what we've agendized to actually set the committee up at this meeting, as opposed to directing staff to come back with the particulars of the committee. And so that's my concern. The other concern is there are details. I think I've heard the proposal be made that the appointing process be the same as we follow when appointing members to the Planning Commission, which makes sense. But usually, if we're going to set up a committee, we'd have a concrete proposal in writing as opposed to just a concept, because as you know, the devil is often in the details. So those are my concerns about setting up the committee right now, as opposed to directing staff to come back with a proposal.
All right. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to withdraw my motion and then reinitiate one that, based on direction I've shared, that staff comes back with the recommendation of the parameters as expressed and the intent of what we've put forward. That would be my motion.
Second.
We got a motion and a second, but before we go to a vote, we have quite a few of you guys want to speak, so I'm going to go with Supervisor Ding.
We're saying the same thing. I was just going to bring it all around. It's a matter of whether we're appointing the commission of people out in the private sector. I hate to tell you this, but my people in District 4, you guys are going to be working for free if I ask their opinion. But or have people from staff come up with these recommendations. But we're all saying the same thing: is get it out of our hands. Whether but Tom, you amended your motion. I'm good either way. So.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Canepa.
I agree too. There's lots of moving parts, so I would like some best practices and some options going forward. So I agree. Thank you, Chair.
Canepa, thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Do we need a separate motion to bring back the report on the other elected officials, or is that good? Do we need a motion on that also? Good direction.
I mean, Councilor. Well, yeah, your motion.
I was.
Oh, well, 1 second. Your motion only. If you want to do something like, I don't even think
No.
that
Do
was.
we need a motion? We got direction.
I don't even think that was agendized.
Okay.
So this is just about supervisors. So would that have to be?
It's
re-agendized?
No, it's related, so that if you want to include in the motion direction to bring back information that we have available regarding elected officials, I think that would be within the scope.
All right. Well, if you want to do a friendly amendment, if not, you can do a separate motion on your own.
Can we do a friendly amendment?
If it's necessary, I think we've given direction to HR that they can provide the information you asked for.
Okay, great. We're good then.
I think we're okay keeping it clean.
Well, you know what? I think that it wasn't included in the original motion. You can go ahead and make a separate motion after this motion.
Okay.
If you wish to do it that way. So we can, if you want to keep it clean, there you go. So we have a motion. We have a second.
Quick clarification. I apologize. This is to establish a committee for the Board of Supervisors and.
No, this motion is just for the Board of Supervisors. As bless you.
Bless you. Twice.
I know. Before we have a vote, I know I don't have a spoke. I can tell you that there was just so much information here. I haven't looked at the City of Stockton one, so I'm not familiar with that. So, I mean, I'm kind of uncomfortable going forward, but that's just me. I mean, I like to sit down and get more information. There's just a plethora of information that I wasn't aware of. So, with that being said, go ahead and do the vote, please. This is adopted 4-1. Vice Chair, you want to do another motion?
I'd like to make another motion to ask Human Resources to bring back a report on other elected officials and what their salaries are and what they're based out of 58 counties, what position they're in, and go from there. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the table. We have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Go ahead and vote, please. Adopted 4-1. All right, we're going to move on to item number 3. Approve the use of $60,000 from Supervisorial District 3 funds for a student transportation van from the Manteca Education and Training Center. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got the METEC organization in Manteca. They've gotten a job training program that coordinates with Delta College, and they're finding their one need, in addition to more facilities because there's so much demand for students over there, but their one need is having a vehicle available to bring some of the students to different and various job fairs and participating in some of the programs that are at Delta College as well. So this would be use of my supervisorial fund that we've established here in the county. I'm glad to see Supervisor Villapudua brought forward one use, and this would be one for my department or my district. I don't know if there's any questions, but we've got some information printed out in the agenda that pretty much clarifies it, but just for the sake of time moving forward, barring any questions, this is my request.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, just and absolutely phenomenal use of dollars too. 16, 17, 18 years ago, former Supervisor Jack Sieglock did the exact same thing, but was a van or a bus with the Boys and Girls Club, and I don't know where that all went. But one of the things I've been studying is put that place because we're having trouble getting kids from school to it. But anyway, just keep me up to speed on your progress, hiring drivers and how it all works, because I'd like to probably follow your lead when it comes to it. But thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dean. All right, is anybody else in the queue? Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? No one. God, the audience quiet today. We'll bring it back to the board. All I can see is Mr. Diedrich's pink tie from all the way over here. Seeing nobody else, we'll bring it back to the board. I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Vote, please. Meeting on Supervisor Canepa, and is adopted and passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Move on to item number 4. Receive an update from San Joaquin Health on the potential of a San Joaquin Health clinic in Lodi. And this is Supervisor Ding, so I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. After we got through the floods at the beginning of the year, and we're getting baptized into the role of supervisor, and you begin our different meetings around the community. One of the probably best couple of days I had was trying to get my mind around how connections go between having problems and somebody in the community there for mental health. How they're looking for ability to get off drugs. There's a complete communication breakdown in San Joaquin County, and I don't care what department we talk about, and it's not necessarily the fault of the department, but times have changed. It's not like you turn on Channel 3, 10, 13, or take the local paper and you know what's going on. So we're all venturing through that. In the meantime, you've got a constituency that they see us spending millions and millions and millions of dollars trying to take care of problems that they really don't see a lot of results. So when I was called into a meeting with the former district director of former Congressman Jerry McNerney and the head of Lodi Memorial Hospital, and some advocates of the committee, and they said, we've been looking for a site for a clinic in Lodi for 3 years, and Congressman Jerry McNerney, and I think I've given you guys all a copy of his letter, which brings up another problem I'll bring up here in a second as far as federal fundings that we request. Everybody's in support of this project. Everybody understands the need of putting a clinic, something you can touch, feel, exactly where it is on the east side of Lodi. There's been some that argue, well, there's another clinic 1.7 miles away. East Lodi is like I live there. I shop there. I talk to the community leaders there. So I have a little difference of opinion when somebody says, oh, well, there's something else, 1.7 miles away. Most of these are households where you have 1 or 2 working individuals in the house. It's an underserved neighborhood that, quite frankly, have been lacking any attention from this county in decades. The investment that we asked for, I literally got back to the individual from San Joaquin County Health in, 8 hours. And I said, I'm going to take this on. We're going to find you a site because it just doesn't seem to be a priority of the community. And we had one. And so I engaged the Lodi Chamber of Commerce. I engaged a couple of our building partners. And I said, find me a site that is right in the middle of this underserved neighborhood, so that we can see individuals. And one of the greatest things about being a county board of supervisor from my past life is not the partisan crap. It's what's best for this community. And I think of this, you know, we're going through football season right now, and we're all Raider fans or Niner fans, what have you. And then, you know, at a certain point, you'll get to the All-Star game. And that's kind of the way I view the Board of Supervisors. I spent 2 days ago, I spent an hour on the phone with former Senator Mike Machado talking about water policy and cleaning out the canals. We used to fight like cats and dogs. But when it comes to this, we're on the same team. I mean, Jerry McNerney, you know, wakes up last night and says, I need to get you a letter because this is extremely important to us. You know, when the county goes back, and I want you guys to think about this here, next time you board a flight to Washington, D.C., when you go back and you ask Congressman McNerney or whoever the congressman is, Harder or what have you, and say, understand that they only have so much in their pot of money. And when you go back and ask for something, and then after the San Joaquin County Health approves it, after the Lodi Planning Commission approves it, after the Lodi Hospital and everybody else is on board, and then we're going, well, you know what? I think I want to study this a little bit more. This is a project that's been going on for 3 years. It will hurt our opportunities to go back and solicit more funding. When they're going, well, the last time you guys came back here, I only had 3 requests that I could honor. And I gave you $1.8 million to build a clinic. And you want to study it some more. Everybody is in agreement. This needs to be done. I know I'm not doing this the normal county way. I want it done efficiently, and I want it done now. Everybody agrees with the site. Everybody on San Joaquin County Health Board agreed with it. The Lodi Planning Commission, the existing city council, they're all extremely excited about this, and they're looking at me like, why are we revisiting this stuff when we got homeless all over the damn street? We've got people with mental and opioid addiction. They can't find help, and we finally have a facility. It's like all you got to do is sign on the dotted line and get it done. I've got great respect for you, Director. I really did. But Thursday, I really do, not did. I apologize. But the conversation I had with you on the phone Thursday or Friday was a little upsetting when you said, well, take it to the Board of Supervisors. You won't have the votes. And maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, because unlike the Brown Act, you can talk to whoever you want. I really can't. All I can do is plead my case. This is a good use of funds. This is great public policy, and it affects how we're going to do business down the road. I want to thank former Congressman Jerry McNerney for taking his time. He landed in D.C. early this morning and got this over. And there's certain things we need to study, and there's certain things that we studied to death. So let's get this one off our plate, get the shovels out, put a clinic in a deserving neighborhood, and then we can move on to the other projects.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Anybody else? I don't see anybody else in the queue. So, Mr. Diedrich, you're sitting here up front. So before we go to public comment, you have something?
Yes, and so Greg Diedrich, Director of Healthcare Services, interim CEO for SJ Health, other duties as assigned. My problem, it really isn't the clinic or the need for the clinic. When I say additional study, how do we sustain it? But backing up even further, the $1.8 million from the Federal Health and Human Services, CMS at the federal level, has compliance concerns, and one of those requires a competitive bid. So we've selected a site. There's a letter of intent that was kind of negotiated between a developer and the prior CEO of SJ Health that was never signed, but it's not competitively bid, and that's going to be a requirement. It also hasn't, I think Dr. Fadu, the prior CEO, felt that this would be purchased by SJ Health rather than the county. I think it has to be the county, and therefore there's a county process for procurement, how we go out to competitive bid, how we do the site selection. So I'm trying to not slow down for the purpose of slowing down, but slowing down that we can get these things compliantly and done right. The SJ Health Board did allocate $10,000, and it did go through the Planning Commission, got a 4-1 vote. I understand that was the urgency because in December, the full Lodi City Council will do their 3-year general plan amendment. But beyond studying it, how do I staff it? I have a clinic in Manteca that has 17 exam rooms. I have 1 provider. I need an additional 4 to 5 providers there. Then we're also working, and I made extensive comments on the Lodi Clinic at the Healthcare Services Review Committee meeting on the October 18th, I believe it was. But how do we fund it? And it's not the capital construction, because I think it's actually a good price point, about $6.2 million for acquisition, rehab, and new construction for a facility that may well be needed in Lodi. But how do I cash flow it? Because that's where I want to look at it. Can I staff it one thing, but can I cash flow it? Because we'll have a new prospective payment system rate, which we will get 80% of our cost for 5 years. That other 20%, somebody needs to cash flow that. Is that SJ Health? Is that county? Is that our partnership with San Joaquin General Hospital? And I did make point that 1.2 miles away, Community Medical Centers does have a brand new site that will be up and running in 12 months that has primary medicine, behavioral health, dental, and a pharmacy. The review that was done by SJ Health mentioned about 4,000 lives. That equates to about 10,000 visits per year. That's probably less now that we have competition from CMC. But we did get the gatekeeper item done, which was the rezoning. Now, how do we regroup and get our compliances in a row that can we move forward? Should we move forward? And ultimately, how do we move forward?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Diedrich. Anybody else in the queue?
Yeah, I've got some follow-up.
Yes, Supervisor Ding.
You know, how do we, should we, what if? Part of the job of being a leader and being a director is to have respect for those individuals and not try to carry this whole burden yourself. You've had a lot of professionals involved in this. Sometimes I think this county, some of its personnel gets hung up on, well, I don't like the way they did this, or, you know, they didn't come to me first, what have you. This was, you came in on a permanent basis, 3 weeks ago? I think you need to respect what your team and everybody has done up to this point. I mean, we can go back and we can restudy the heck out of this thing and worry about, well, how are we going to do this? When we asked for the money and McNerney stepped up, those questions weren't there, okay? That's what it's for. When we go back to DC and you want money for a different project, you better think twice, because if we're not going to follow through on the commitments we've made, as far as, here's your hang up with the developer. And quite frankly, my bad, because I didn't think about it. I thought of it, this is Lodi. It's a good, government. They're looking for a site. So what do? I go to the Lodi Chamber of Commerce. I grab the head of Lodi Hospital. Dee Dee sits on the board of the chamber, and I go, let's put our heads together and let's figure out, I want this dang thing done, and I want a mobile van sitting out in front of the site before Christmas to start seeing people. Easy. We're going to do it. Everybody's on board. San Joaquin County Health, we needed the money for the down payment, because for those of you who don't understand what the site is, this is the old DMV office in Lodi. It's a very attractive site because it's got parking, everything's around it, it's right in the middle of the neighborhood. The gentleman who's selling it really doesn't need the money. He kind of liked this idea, but we needed to come up with the dollars quickly. So I had Dee Dee, are you sure, Steve, I'm not going to get burned on this? I go, don't worry. We had everybody in the room. Dee Dee put up the money to secure the site. He did it as a good community member. There wasn't any, pre-authorization, anything else. It was just a bunch of business guys going, let's do the right thing and get this darn thing done. Fadu ends up exiting stage left, and you took over his role. And trust me, I'm not poo-pooing that agreement. but you had a lot in place here, and we've got so many other problems going on in San Joaquin County with mental health and drug addiction and health care. You've actually got something that's done here, and that everybody but you was on the same page. Let's get it done. So what I would like this board in discussion to do is, we're talking, what, 6.8 million? Boom, shovel in the dirt, get this thing done. That's what you guys spend to study something. I mean, this is an actual building clinic ready to go. And I think we need to move forward. I was going to fill this room up with nurses today because I've had them, ringing my phone and banging on my board about this clinic, but I really don't want to make this a dog and pony show. This is good government at its best.
I could respond. I'm not the one standing in the way.
You don't have the floor. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, I do have a question for Director Dietrich. The 1.8, and this, you may not have this information because it's all new. You've taken over the seat, and the 1.8, is that the total cost for build out and opening up this clinic?
So I do have the notice of award that was issued on September 25th. The 1.8 million, the approved budget has $558,000 for equipment, 1.3 million for construction and alteration and renovation, 77,000 for other. And specifically, the construction has a clause in federal code requiring competitive bid.
Okay. Well, that could be met if there's a criteria for competitive bid. That's not, the money is there. So as Supervisor Ding is pointing out, and I'd love to hear from you in a moment, but as Supervisor Ding is pointing out, I mean, we've been given something until we want to actualize it. Is the money that's awarded, is it conditional to the exact utility of the program that would be the healthcare services that would be administered at the location?
The federal award is for a clinic expansion. It does not have a site identified, but it's for general clinic expansion in the least Lodi area.
Okay, and what it says clinic expansion. Does that criteria narrow down on does it have you have to do a certain certain services provided?
It's anticipated to be a federal qualified healthcare center, which we have other hurdles to meet to actually get that certified, and that would be a renewed community need assessment given the CMC being in the market at this point in time. So that there are pathways to get there, but if this is going to be county owned, both this board and the SJ Health Board need to modify their budgets to put four-fifths vote to move money into capital. The dynamic with the county and the SJ Health Board were an applicant and a co-applicant. And the reason we have that structure is because the governing board here does not meet the HRSA requirements for people that use our clinics and the demographics. But in that HRSA structure, the nonprofit board, SJ Health, has pretty much plenary authority of the scope of services. Scope of services is new expansion sites and what is done on those sites. And I was trying to reiterate with speaking with Supervisor Ding's office that the SJ Health Board needs to fully approve this as well. It's a partnership, and we're working to rebuild the partnership. We've met the requirement of the rezoning. I think DD is in a escrow that has been extended. There's earnest money that might go hard, but the agreement that was kind of worked out between DD and Dr. Perdue, I don't think County Council's ever looked at. General Services has not looked at. It will not meet, and one of my large tasks as a department head is compliance. And right now we don't have compliance. We can move forward, but there's a lot of other dominoes that need to be lined up and knocked down. We have a pathway forward. I want to do things right, and sometimes that means I can't do things right now. I'm not standing in the way of this. I'm basically bringing up there are needs to be met in order for us to compliantly get there.
In order for and thank you for the answer, in order for the health board to approve, I mean, are we putting the cart before the horse? How do things need to line up? If you if this were to move forward from the board saying, we want you to actualize this and utilize and bring to the board so that we can put forward a healthcare clinic that would fill the gap and considering that you've got community health that's going to open up, well, what else is, what are they doing what are they not doing that we could do at that clinic perhaps so that we are accentuating and enhancing the healthcare? We also want to make sure that we're not cannibalizing, and if there's one clinic opening up a mile and a quarter away and you've got one just down the road doing the same thing, then all of a sudden you're falling flat on the numbers of people that need to come through there in order to even make it any metric of viability to it.
Can I staff it? Have I redone the model? Can I turn a profit ultimately, or this is going to be something we're going to put $6.2 million in a couple of years, there's hardly any activity. But my big thing is Dr. Fadu was going to do this independent of the county. SJ Health, the 501c3, was going to sign this document. Ultimately, public money is involved. SJ Health is an independent entity, could not compliantly do that. General Services has never been involved in this conversation. County Council has not. Now is the time, if we get direction from the board, let's get those players involved. Let's get to compliance. Let's shorten the time frame to make the decision. But right now, if I was asked to attest that we are being compliant with these funds, I can't. And that's my holdup at this point. How do we get there? But I think it's General Services is in the room. They're the ones that are the expert on county procurement. My understanding, if the county was going to buy property, it's based upon an appraisal. That wasn't done here. We have estimates. We've funded some items to DD to do the rezoning. There's no MOU, no letter of intent, no contract. I'm getting invoices from them. Somehow the county's got to get more involved. This has been SJ Health to independent, and that's probably one of the big sources of the friction with SJ Health and why I am in this interim role and trying to rebuild those relationships.
Understood. And final question for you. We see a letter talking about $1.8 million that's been awarded, and as of yet, underutilized. It hasn't been, we haven't purchased or done anything with it. Now, you just gave a number of $6.8 million?
Correct. So there is for the particular property, there is an estimate provided from DD that includes acquisition, rehab of the existing facility, and new construction for an additional square footage there, and including prevailing wage. The bottom line is essentially $6.2 million. The 1.8 from Department of Health and Human Services could be used for a portion of it. The rest of that capital, where is that coming from? But my understanding is we would need to propose a budget adjustment for FIS vote to allocate that, but where is that capital coming from?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So reclaiming my time?
You don't have any time to reclaim.
Can you give me some?
Well, Supervisor Canepa's next.
Okay.
Canepa's itching.
So Supervisor Canepa waved it, so go ahead.
Yeah. Is there anybody here from? First off, you are correct. You're not counsel, so you need clarification from this. The $1.8 million grant that former Congressman Jerry McNerney secured for us is already in San Joaquin County Health's budget. It's your opinion that has to be county-owned. That wasn't the opinion of everybody else. It was SJ Health, and I know there's some disagreement with county administrator and why this whole thing came around. But San Joaquin Health has built clinics before under San Joaquin, so you can't say it can't be done. It's got to be county-owned because that's not the way we did it in the past. Second, the $5 million, the 6.8, and I hope somebody's here from San Joaquin Health can comment, is already in their budget to finish this off. The board would have to move the $5 million from, over to the purchase, but the money's all there. The only thing that is standing in our way here is, we need, process, and I love process, great. But the board needs to say, hey, look, we do have a process. We go after projects. We ask our federal representatives, our state representatives to go to battle and fight with us. He did it. He succeeded. We've got a need. We've got a community in Lodi that is all on board in helping this. And yes, it's going to create work to get and that's what staff is for. But I think as a board, what I'd like to do, is there anybody from San Joaquin Health that has got some background on this? And then of course you've got some individuals I think are afraid to speak out on this too. So anyway, that's what I'm looking for, is some direction from this.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Dean. We don't have anybody from SJ Health.
I'm the interim CEO. I'm representing SJ Health. I've very well, not as knowledgeable as others, but I've looked at all their supporting documents. But a point of clarification, the 3 physical clinic sites, 2 are county-owned, 1 is a county-owned lease, so SJ Health is not developing
I want to
anything.
stop you there because that's not the question I asked. I just want to know if there's anybody from SJ Health. So, Supervisor Canepa, go ahead.
So, a lot of moving parts here. So, they have in their budget the $5 million to do that. So, SJ Health can't own the property? That's the question for Mr. Dieter.
My understanding is the budget was constructed with the assumption that DD would purchase the property. They would do the tenant improvements. We would lease that back from them with intention to purchase. So what's in the budget is lease, not capital construction.
Oh, so that makes it, that clarifies. So then the second question is, with competition down the street, that's what you're trying to figure out, what the break-even point is on people that come through the doors, because obviously there was a need, and now I don't know when I love his passion for getting stuff done and getting people, constituents in his community services. That's huge. You know what I mean? And then I don't know how long the CMC, we were both there at the groundbreaking, over there by the Sanborn Chevrolet lot. So I don't know exactly where the DMV is in opposition to that. But I mean, those are the things. But I mean, since the whole SJ Health break off from the county hospital and how it's married and related to the county is the point of contention, basically? Who would own the property, whether it's a lease, whether it's not a lease?
My impression, and council and general services, correct me, I believe this needs to be county-owned because the county is the HRSA designee. The county is the FQ. The nonprofit is our partner for HRSA compliance.
And that's under the auspice of the hospital, so that...
It's a county affiliate, but the analysis was done in 2021. That was prior to the knowledge of CMS moving in there. But to the point, I have a clinic in Manteca that has 17 exam rooms. I have 1 doctor there. I need to fill that one up. We are losing money at this point. We're down 6,000 visits in the first 4 months of this year. That will equate to $5.2 million of unanticipated or budget revenue not coming in. And we're going to look at another site. There's a lot of other things we need to get our fiscal house in order, but then how do I cash flow it for 5 years? We're going to be looking at the MOU between the county, between the hospital and SJ Health, if you will, because right now, absent the quality incentive pool money, the clinics are not viable fiscally. There's a lot of moving parts here. I'm not, if we can get to Lodi, I would love to get to Lodi. But right now, I have compliance concerns with what the deal is. Can we move the money? Can we get SJ Health alongside? Can I staff it? Can I fiscally operate it? I appreciate the passion and the community need. I would support that, but we need to do our own due diligence before we move forward with $6.2 million. The Manteca site was, prior to the separation from the hospital, a 10 to 15-year lease. It was shuttered. Then the hospital used it for medical record space. After the separation from the county, the FQ fired it back up, but it's been up for about 8 months. I do not have clinic capacity going in there right now. I need more physicians. I need more staffing, but ultimately this is maybe it's a larger review, but fiscally, is this going to be viable for us operating it, and the larger dynamic with the county and the SGA Health Board coming together? I think we have some opportunities. I want to get there. Can I move there right now? But there's challenges, and I know General Services, if SJ Health did this independently, they do not know government procurement. They do not know government contracting code. This has a lot of red flags, and let's actually get staff, county council, general services, SJ Health, the board. How can we get there? How can we make sure we're compliant and this is a good investment of public funds?
So, through the chair, that's my question: is how can they get to the common point amicably? You know what I mean, and lawfully. So that's the most important part for me, is that, you know what I mean, all the boxes are checked. So I mean, going forward and how we do that, because it's the muddy water between SJ Health and the hospital and the county. Who owns the property? Who owns the lease? Who's on the hook for the 15 years if you're going to lose $5 million a year? That's $90 million possibly. I mean, obviously, if you close it, you're only going to lose lease or whatever you have there, but not the ongoing expenses. So who makes those decisions? And then who also is responsible for backfilling the budget and where that money would come from out of our budget? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Question: is there an option that we could do a build lease development deal with arrangement with DD? Is that an option that we could proceed with?
I think anything's an option, but I'm not the expert. That's legal, and general services are in the room. They are the experts of how the county gets these things done.
Okay. Well, I know we're going to do public comment, but yeah, I'd like to see this move forward, maybe through county council. And as Director Dietrich's talking about, it's like, let's line this up and figure it out so that not 6, 8, 10, 12, 15 months from now, but in 30 to 45 days, we have some information that we can act upon.
Supervisor Patty, you had a question you want to ask council, or?
No, I think we need to go through council going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
I just want to say congratulations on your retirement. No, there is some, I mean, whether it's county owned versus lease, I don't think DD could care less if he owns this property or not right now. He just doesn't want to get burned on the whole deal. So, I mean, the lease would, if you're worried about it failing, leasing it back would be a benefit to you. If you want to buy the dang thing, I don't think DD would mind at all. I mean, it's just we just want to move forward. I'm sorry you got your hand up and you're distracting me.
I'm sorry.
And I can't remember what I was going to say, but go ahead.
I would like to ask county council to opine, because the other conflating factor is that the county council's office is kind of conflicted out with SJ Health. So there's an external law firm that is representing things, and I don't know if county council could opine if how we
reclaiming my time before I forget what I was going to say. There's a deadline, which County Administrator Wolverding knows about. We've been talking about it for a couple of months. You know about it as well, too. We're going to lose this property. And I mean, for those of you that aren't from Lodi, I know you probably don't understand how important and critical and what a gift, because it's unlike CMC, if anybody's ever built anything in Lodi, a year is really 5 years, what have you. But this is an existing building in the middle of, this is like building a supermarket in the middle of a neighborhood where everybody wants to shop at that neighborhood. This is rich in clientele. They can walk to its facility. There's a November 11th deadline on this property. So I keep saying there's a time urgency here. And this guy, if he wants to sell it to somebody else, he can. And then we can go shopping and we can buy another site. And you've seen real estate prices, and we can do a design build and start from ground up. But this really is we're in a unique position where we can actually save some money here and move forward. The details, yes, have to be moved out. But I guess what the guy holding, all the bags, DD right now, just wants to know, I mean, is the board with me or not? Otherwise, he'll get out. He doesn't really need this. So that's what I'm looking for, the direction of the board. And I'll let you guys, I've never really been good at dotting I's and crossing T's. I've always had excellent staff to do that. So tell them how to get it done.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. I know there was a question posed to you, Counselor. We're going to hold off on that until we go to public comment. So anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And no one? We'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Counselor, listening to all this, what's your input on this? The legal side of it.
Sure. I, as has been noted, my office is conflicted out, and we're not advising the clinics. Unfortunately, we'd like to, but we're still waiting for the 501c3 to waive any potential conflicts.
Right.
That having been said, so far as I'm aware of the facts as they've been presented, as it affects the county, I fully understand the desire to move quickly and let's stop acting like bureaucrats. But the reality is, I do know there are a number of legal impediments to moving forward at this point, and I would probably have more if I was involved in the details, which I'd like to be if the nonprofit will waive the conflict. But I mean, I know there's an issue with HRSA compliance because of the other clinic being opened up nearby. I know that there are federal grant requirements for acquiring property of competitively bidding it, and from what I've heard, it doesn't sound like that has been complied with. I know there are state law requirements for acquiring property. Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your perspective, we're not able to act like a private business and just, hey, that looks like a good deal, let's get it, and let's get it now. There are these state law requirements as well as the federal requirements. So there are a number of legal hurdles that have to be jumped through, which is just a function of how the government, what the government imposes upon us. So I've got legal concerns that if the board were to move forward at this point, we would not be in legal compliance on several levels.
All right.
I wish I had more details, but I don't at this point.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ding, you're up again, or was that an old one? All right. Anybody else in the queue? I mean, I haven't said too much today, so, I mean, yeah, we just did public comment. One of my concerns have always been that, and you look in the north and south portion of the county, that making sure we have adequate representation, be it from our different departments, one of them being mental health and resources. I know Stockton is a central seat and all the resources are here, but they need to spread out farther to the north and south, and we have more than just one city in this county. We're soon to have 8, I believe, with Mountain House coming on board. So that has always been my concern since I got on this board, and I know we have made some great progress, so I see where Supervisor Ding's coming from that. Also, hey, I don't know Lodi as well as Supervisor Ding, and so, for me as a board member, when another supervisor needs something in their district, I usually, unless it's something extraordinary that pops out and that to rebut it, it usually doesn't happen just because you're the expert, you're elected to represent that district, not anybody else on this board, even though we're here for the entire county. The other question I had for Mr. Diedrich, and I don't need a long answer for this, you're talking about you're down doctors or down staff, and mental health being a huge concern for this board, or you can say even a crisis throughout this state. What are we doing? Well, you know what? I'll just leave it at that since I don't want to get dwell too deep on that. But if we are down doctors or clinicians or psychologists, I know this board has offered incentives, and we've discussed this to make sure we're retaining these types of employees, or all our employees. We do have exceptional employees here in San Joaquin County, and if we're still down doctors and these employees, then something's wrong. Then we need, as a board, to step up. Well, I shouldn't say we as a board. We can only act on information that we have. So you're saying this is such a huge concern, and yet this hasn't been brought to the board recently, and we know about there's a retention and what we can do. Then we need to do more. That simple. I don't want to hear department head, and I'm just not targeting you, a department head coming up here and this board has priorities that we set and they can be reached because we don't have the staffing or whatever it may be. That's on the department head to inform us and let this board have a solution on that, be it funding or whatever. When we are the policymakers, period. The buck stops with us. So if there's something we want to get done, we will get it done. And if there's folks that can do it, we will find somebody who can do it for us. Just to put that very, very clear. So there's issues that this board needs to be notified. But I just want to, throw it back to Supervisor Ding's court here real quick. And you heard for our attorneys, or excuse me, our attorney, our counselor, about not complying with the legal standards. So what would you ask this board to do?
I kind of like Supervisor Patty. What was the verbiage you just used?
Thank you. Through the chair, my suggestion would be that we make a motion to actualize this money, the funding that's been set aside, contingent upon meeting the requirements that would satisfy the legal parameters as identified through County Council, and working, of course, in conjunction with Director Dietrich, so that we can get there. But let's actualize the dollars. Let's put them up and available to trigger the process moving forward. And the use of the funds would be contingent.
You would do that as a form of a motion?
I would. Yes, that is a motion.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Before we take a vote, so Mr. Dietrich, in fact, I don't know if I need another motion on this, or I'll do a separate motion, but I want to know what our shortages are, since you brought this up.
Repeat the question, please.
I want to know what our shortages are in doctors, clinicians, whatever, and I want to know how is it impacting the organization and services, and I want it back this month. Can you do it? Yes or no?
I can do that. I would just comment that UAPD is in negotiations. This is something I'm focusing on.
That's fine, Mr. Dietrich. I don't need a whole, not to cut you off, but we have other agendized items. That's what I expect. That's what this board expects. And it's not just to me, the chair. If you could get that information to the entire board.
And I'll do that in partnership with San Joaquin General Hospital. And
thank you.
If I could have 30 seconds?
No, you can't. We have a motion and a second.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry. We have this agendized as an update. We don't have this agendized as potentially appropriating money. So that's...
Okay. It's not an actionable item.
That we can make it.
It says update. You are correct. And you're the attorney. So what you can do, you can request it to bring back next board meeting, or if you need it by the 11th, then we can. What's today? The 7th can. So do we need to have this by the 11th? If we do, we need to do a special meeting in order to do it.
I think what we need, and we do this in business all the time, it's called when you shake somebody's hand and you make an agreement, like which was done with all the partners here months ago on this project, and we had good faith between the individual writing check, the property owner, San Joaquin County Health. We had an agreement, and we're moving forward. You've filled a slot for the company, but the company still stayed the same at San Joaquin County. You need to make sure that you talk and you sit down with Dee Dee. Dee Dee's opened other pathways. He doesn't care. I mean, he did this because I asked him to put the damn money up. My fault. I'm going to end up with egg in my face, and that's fine. We want to move forward. What the board wants you to do is we're directing you, figure it out, find a way to say yes. Find a way to say yes. And so with everything we do, who owns it, whatever, let's get to the goal line. Let Mr. Dede know we're going to honor our commitment, and we're moving forward. We're going to get this done. We just might have a few obstacles at getting it done, but just give them some reassurances of the property owner and the community and Lodi Memorial Hospital and board.
So to that point, I will reach out to Dee Dee and see if from the SJ Health side, we can maybe provide money into escrow to extend the escrow such that his, I think it's been extended already. I don't know if his earnest money is going hard, but I think keeping the escrow open, keep some doors open. But I think I have to regroup with general services and let me reach out to the DDs as well as general services.
All right, we can't do a motion since this is just an update, but we can provide direction to the board without a motion. So
or you could do a motion directing they come back with, additional information.
So do you want to come back, Supervisor Ding, or no? Okay, so you're
back with a yes and tell me how you succeeded.
All right, so we're going to come back. So you have your direction to come back to the board with the information that Supervisor Ding just relayed to you. You understand those directions as they were given, Mr. Diedrich?
Yes, I do, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Diedrich. We are going to move on to item number 5, which is reconsider and amend board direction concerning vendor qualifications for the 3-year energy-related capital improvement plan request for proposal. Your General Service Director, Ms. Cunningham, and Purchasing Support Service Director, Mr. Brown. I'm going to step out real quick and get a Gatorade. Be right back. Ms. Cunningham, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, board members, council, CAO. On October 24th, 2023, your board approved appropriation and funds transfers related to the 3-year energy-related capital improvement plan. The board action included 5 requirements to be placed in the RFP for construction contracts. We regret when we were asked if the requirements would unduly restrict the RFP. At that time, we thought the impact would be slight in nature. We were wrong. We are here to rectify that. The inclusion of the 5 criterias are: criteria 1 was proposing vendor must have been in the solar business for at least 10 years. Criteria 2, the proposing vendor must have completed a system with 1 megabyte or greater with a minimum of 5 cities or counties. Criteria 3, proposing vendor must have completed solar projects that include battery storage for a minimum of 5 cities or counties. Criteria 4, proposing vendor must have a fully staffed office within a 100-mile radius of the county administration building. And the 5th criteria was proposing vendor must be accredited member of the National Association of Energy Services Company, NASCO. Following the board's approval, staff began working to include the criteria in the RFP document. At that time, it became clear that the inclusion of just 1 or 2 of these criteria will result in the elimination of all local construction companies, which was not the intention of the board. Therefore, in an effort to provide the board with relevant information necessary to make an informal decision, we're bringing this back to the board for reconsideration. I'm going to address the criteria in the order of the most adverse impact of the RFP process rather than the order that it was listed in the board letter. The inclusion of criteria 5, which was must be an accredited member of the National Association of Energy Services Company, NASCO. This particular inclusion of this criteria alone will eliminate all local construction companies and most of those in the state of California. NASCO is a trade organization. Energy service companies, which describe those companies that provide either power purchase agreement, also known as a PPA, and leasing and financing agreements. This is quite different than what our RFP is seeking. As laid out in the October 10th and 24th presentations, we are seeking construction companies who install solar. NASCO only has about 50 full members nationwide. Criteria 2 would require that the chosen contractor must have completed a system with a 1 megawatt or greater for a minimum of 5 cities or counties. Of the 12 projects, only 2, the Sheriff Office and San Joaquin General Hospital, exceed 1 megawatt. This requirement is inconsistent with the scope of the projects, ranging from 13 kilowatts up to 4,100 kilowatts. To put this in perspective, 13 kilowatts is 1.3% of 1 megawatt. Of the 12 projects, the inclusion of this criteria will eliminate local vendors from submitting proposals for the 10 projects that are under the 1 megawatt. Criteria 1 would require that the construction company have a fully staffed office within 100 miles of downtown Stockton. This is problematic because we learned in consultation with County Council that there needs to be a clear reason to justify the need for the close proximity, such as a requirement that the company self-perform a significant percentage of the work rather than subcontracting everything out. Criteria 3 would require that the construction company has completed projects that include battery storage for at least 5 cities or counties. This RFP will not include battery storage for any of the projects because battery storage will be added at a later date once we met the NIM2 deadline. And at that time, the battery storage will be added for only 4 of the 12 projects. I'll let Adrian speak to the criterion in more detail, excuse me. But my understanding is if we were to proceed with 5 of the criterion, we can anticipate multiple protests from the construction companies in the community and possibly allegations that the RFP was designed to only allow 1 or 2 companies to submit proposals. Again, we regret this not being evident when asked on the 24th. As always, we do everything we can to please the board, and at that time, we simply did not have the relevant information. In the future, we will indicate as much to your board. At this point, I'd like to turn over to Adrian Brown, the Director of Purchasing, so he may add his comments.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Adrian Brown, and I'm the Director of Purchasing and Support Services. One of the recommendations we always make to our customer departments when drafting requests for proposals is to make it fairly generic so that you garner the most players in when they attempt to respond to your bidding. One of the issues that I have with the criteria is it sets it out so that only you would get very few players, mainly from this particular trade organization. You probably would end up eliminating organizations here in the state of California and in your local region. So one of my recommendations would be to remove the NASCO requirement. That would open it up to all players within the state of California as well as nationally. The other issue I have is that during the actual RFP process, you will have vendors that will propose questions, and some of those questions you will receive are, who was this criteria written for? It seems very specific to one particular organization or group. Some may be silent during that particular question and answer phase. They will then bid, and after they've bid, they will then protest when they are not selected as the resulting candidate, and they will claim the criteria was too restrictive. but that doesn't necessarily stop them from bidding. The other result is you will probably get very few bidders, if any. Those are the comments I have.
Right, thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you guys were finished. Please continue.
So at this time, we are respectfully requesting that your board reconsider the inclusions of 5 criteria as requirements in the RFP. We are available for any questions your board may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. Supervisor Canepa.
So what would be the recommendations? So I did the friendly amendment for Tom's, and we've obviously gotten ourselves in a little bit of a conundrum as far as local folks getting local jobs, which is important to me. So what's the best way? And I won't, that's just a question for myself before others answer. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa.
If I may, I would recommend removing all the requirements and just keeping it a basic general RFP. I do have an example document that's issued by the U.S. Department of Energy. It's a guideline on how to do solar RFPs. And in this particular document, it basically is a set of generic requirements. One of the generic requirements they do have in the document is reducing the minimum experience down to roughly 3 years. So by removing those requirements altogether, it would free up general services to be able to receive a fair number of proposals from your local community and from the state of California.
And no kilowatt. So I mean, 13 is, you said 13% of 1 kilowatt? So that's a huge job. So the 1 kilowatt, I mean the megawatt, sorry. That's
So
a big,
1.3% of 1 megawatt.
1.3%?
Yes.
And what are the majority of these jobs that we're doing?
I think we only have 2 that exceed. We do the sheriff office and the hospital that exceed 1 megawatt. The rest are all below.
Okay. And then, so doing this, the problem I have is you don't want people who are willy-nilly also doing this, you know what I mean? So then we allow low bid, and then we change order after change order after change order, and then we're back in the same boat. So, you know what I mean? But Supervisor Villaputo had said that. He said you're probably going to, what we did with that friendly amendment was alleviate a lot of the local folks. And I think it's important because there are so many folks, but they need to be qualified. So how do you set the qualification standard so that we don't have that problem where, you know what I mean?
So because this is a design build, it's not based on lowest bidder.
Okay. So then the criteria comes in differently.
Correct.
And the ranking of those people come in differently.
Correct.
And the parameters then would flesh out, or not flesh out, alleviate any people that aren't qualified to do the job.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Dean.
So much I can't even remember here. Yeah. We're talking about one contractor to do everything, right? We're not piecemealing this thing off to different. This is.
So
my concern, since we are revisiting this with supply chain and, I mean, we can't even get evidently people to fill doctor and nurse positions. So how are we going to get people to put solar panels up? I guess that was so you just answered my question. Well, the direction we went to in order to save money before we came up with the new criteria is to piecemeal this off as opposed to one company that could do everything like Engie. So we went to let's save money, but what we're talking about doing is breaking it up to different bids for one person screws in the light bulb and one person puts on the panel and multiple bids.
Within one RFP. So basically, someone could bid on the whole RFP. Or there are projects that are on the lower end that I think some of these bigger vendors aren't going to want to touch. They've already told us that, which provides opportunity for local. So it's just going to be based on the results of who meets the best from the requirements that are stipulated in the RFP It doesn't have to be an all or none. It can be this vendor gets A, B, and C, and this other vendor gets the rest of it. We'll have to see what the proposals tell us that are submitted as it relates to the project.
Okay, and then I just have one other question. Being the newbie, and this isn't in my wheelhouse, do we have a set policy? For instance, I hate to go back to the mortuary where basically we had a contract that was designed so only one national firm could build it. We actually had lower bids on the design build, but they had built, 50 mortuaries in San Joaquin County. So we seem to keep moving goalposts depending on whether it's a design build. I almost get the feeling like we're picking the contractor and then we're designing the bid around them. Do we have a standard, everything is design build, everything is design build plus if you live in the zip code or design, we really need to have a set.
So the marketplace has changed.
Okay.
Design bid builds used to be the standard pretty much that everyone followed.
What's the difference between a design bid build and a design build?
You have to do multiple RFPs, and with the design bid build, a lot of times you end up with conflict between the firm that does the design and specification and then the construction company. There can be finger pointing. It can take longer to complete the project. It can cost more. With a design build, you eliminate that middle, so the person who's designing it is building it, so it eliminates the finger pointing, and it also eliminates it just specifically looking at the lowest bid. It's based more on the requirements of what the RFP has stipulated. It's uncommon for us to put these types of criteria in an RFP. I've never seen it happen. Yes, we're going to be looking for how, the financial stability of an organization. We can put, like, this particular document recommended 3 years, 5 years, that there is a level of experience to make sure we're not getting someone who's just out the door. But it's a lot cleaner to do a design build, and it can be more cost effective. It eliminates that finger pointing, and you'll probably get the most qualified person or vendors, let me put it that way. And I had referenced work whenever I was answering the prior question that was asked, and really I meant projects. So the projects that are being proposed through the RFP. I think that's why we're here, is because we are trying to follow our standards and not deviate from that, so that we don't end up doing all this work and we'll be back here in front of the board and we have protests or we don't get the results, and so we're not going to recommend anybody who submitted a proposal for the bids.
All right, thank you. Good, Supervisor Dean. All right, anyone else in the queue? Open up for the public. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And no one, bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion. Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I've done some research since this was going to come back around, spoke to some local companies that work with some of these big national companies. First off, the NASCO, I think is how you say it. There's 15 companies that are NASCO qualified, and companies seeking NASCO accredited status must apply to a committee of industry experts who are unaffiliated with any particular ESCO or any other company under consideration for accreditation, and undergo a rigorous examination of their core competencies and business practices. The committee carefully reviews the detailed documentation submitted and consults with selected customer references. The committee also looks at criteria including the following: precise nature of applicant's business, the range of measure of services offered to the customers, the availability of performing based project approach, ethical business practice commitment, project engineering and design, financing, project management, operations, and maintaining capabilities and the capability of verifying and monitoring energy cost savings. That's off of the NASCO website of how a company gets there. We have Train, Verigy, SiteLogic, Siemens, Schneider, Johnson Control, Noresco, RWECE, ESG, Honeywell, Ameresco, Climatech, Constellation, and the one company this county wants to hate the most is ENGIE. So there's 15 different companies that qualify to put in for a bid. When we talk about local, each one of those companies hire local. We have two very large union-operated, union-employed electrical contractors. I've spoken with them. They gave me a ton of information. First off, I will tell this board, the proposed savings and the cost, not even close. We're being misled. I'm going to tell you that factually. So there's a little bit of a gameplay going on here, and I don't know where, I don't know why, I don't know where the numbers are coming from and who's advising, but the numbers that have been presented in the past, speaking with and verifying with independent contractors that will be doing this kind of work, because they'll be the subcontractors hired and they're qualified. Locally, they will be employed. The numbers aren't correct. We won't be able to fulfill for the dollars that they said we need. You'll see this come back to the board for an amendment of more dollars. Mark my words. So, and I don't know if you guys have spoke with any of these companies, feel free, but you will verify the numbers aren't right. But in the spirit of wanting to move this forward, I'm the one that spoke with supervisors in other districts that gave me that had personal experience in exactly this criteria of work inside of the county and worked as actually in the industry, independent of the companies that we mentioned. So I would suggest, and I'm going to go from the top five, proposing that a vendor be in the solar business for at least 10 years. The last thing we want, as Supervisor Canepa pointed out, is somebody's willy-nilly. Somebody's going to put in a bid for a small portion of the work. The least we would want is 10 years experience. Proposing that a vendor complete the system with 1 megawatt or greater with minimum of 5 cities or counties. That's a basic criteria. However, I'd make an amendment to this because this is going to be my motion going forward if this is in a motion. So I'm seeing no change at all in what we're proposing, but I'm going to make a couple of amendments along the way for the board to consider. Proposing that a vendor have completed solar projects that include battery storage. Well, if the county wants to implement battery storage, asking for that experience is valid. If you want maybe instead of 5 years minimum experience, you should maybe have at least 3 years. That's a little amendments, make it a little more open. Proposing that the vendor have a fully staffed office within a 100-mile radius of the county. If we're trying to get local work, we're trying to keep something in this region, then we're trying to promote local. I'm confused in the conflicted message coming from staff, but we would want to have somebody that's going to have great, quick, fast service. When you make an installation, it's not, and we're done, we'll never have to come back again. They're going to be here on a regular basis, addressing, troubleshooting, and fixing something. We want that local presence. Then we've got another one, the last one, proposing that the vendor be accredited. I mean, this is a standard RFP in the industry. If we've got 14 different companies, the least we'd want is have a minimum requirement of accreditation. And if you went through the criteria of the accreditation, it's just comprehensive. That's all. And all of these vendors, again, that I've mentioned, they'll be hiring local contractors because the local contractors I spoke with said, we're doing projects with many of these companies that are NASCO qualified, and they have a great relationship with them. These companies come in and they do the entire package. The small local companies can't do that. So I would make this suggestion, and in full consideration what staff's recommending, my proposal for the board to consider is projects under 100 kilowatts, the minimum requirements could be waived. The bigger projects, anything above 100 kilowatts, I would suggest we stick with the same criteria. You want to reduce 5 years to 3 years with battery experience and such, I think we should stay with a 10-year minimum. So the slight tweaks to that is what I would propose this board considers. And then lastly, I would like to see, and county staff has aptly pointed out that there's a cost difference if you lease, if you go through a lease agreement and the savings that happens with that versus the cost of outright buying. It's come to my attention recently on the airport, sitting on the airport commission, that we need a new airport. Last time we had an estimate of the cost was $50 million. We have an estimate of the cost of this around $60 million. If this board wants to consider, instead of spending $60 million, when we have companies, multiple companies that would do this for free, and you go through a lease savings agreement with them, we may want to use $60 million for some other cause, like a brand new airport that we have no budget for at all. But we need to move San Joaquin County and our airport forward. So $60 million would be helpful. So that's where I'm at, Chairman. I think I'm within 10 minutes. I think this is a very healthy conversation, but I think we also need certain criteria going forward, and I've proposed a couple of simple amendments. The projects under 100 kilowatts opens up those possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Yes, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think this is very relevant. There is another certification that I think is way more critical than NASCO, because NASCO is really based on the services in which they structure the methodology and how they want you to finance the project. And this particular certification is the North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners. It's the most respected, well-established, and widely recognized certification for professionals in the field of renewable energy. So at a minimum, if we're going to include NASCO, why don't we say NASCO and or the abbreviations of this is NABCEP, either or. And then for our projects, it was only $47 million, in which we will be getting back in grants and funds. The overall amount, is that the recoup amount? So $47 million includes solar, HVAC, all the projects in total, and solar cost is 29 of that $47 million is 29.2, in which we will be getting back 14.4 in grants and other energy incentives. I'm sorry. And again, I stand by these numbers, the timelines, and everything that we have shared with this board.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Well, my concerns are these, is that like Supervisor Canepa, and is to make sure local vendors, local folks here are going to be able to get the work. I mean, I think we've all mentioned that at one time or another, how important it is to our folks here in San Joaquin County and work. So, I mean, I don't support things that are going to block them necessarily from getting that work. And second is money, making sure we're stewards of the taxpayer dollars. So recalling our last, God, I don't know, 2 times that we discussed this, now it's on the third, is at one time it came in at 80 million, and we can do it for 40. I know Supervisor Patty, you just mentioned that. So with spending the extra 40 or $40 million, that's a concern. So how are we going to eliminate and making sure our taxpayers get the best bang for their bucks? So that's my 2 concerns. And the third concern is that, I mean, if there was, and I'm just gonna say this once to everyone, but if there is something that this board, a motion that I remember Supervisor Canepa asking at the time is, hey, is this okay? And staff said, yeah, this is okay. And now we're here a third time. If you don't know the answer, you have to let us know. And don't worry about upsetting this board. I mean, that's why we have you guys, is to give us the information that we need in order to make an educated decision, and based on the facts that we have before us. So we don't have facts before us and we're making decisions, we end up here again. And, we already have a tight schedule, and we have information and agendized item of business that we need to push forward this just delays that business, and it's just not good governance. So I'm just going to say that once, so please heed that in the future. So that's my two questions, my two concerns, I should say. So with that, I don't see anybody else in queue, so I don't know what you guys want to do. Somebody wants to make a motion. Somebody wants to ask Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Uncertain if there's any further discussion or questions from the board, but I kind of went through the criteria. I think that Director Cunningham made a suggestion for another qualification outside of NESCO. If we can include that, go from 5 years to 3 years on the battery. I could repeat all this if you want, but we stick with the 5. Make a slight amendment, add the additional certification qualification as either or, and open it up to projects under 100 kilowatts for the minimum the minimum qualifications can be waived. I think that's more inclusive to some of the local companies that would meet this criteria, I think rather easily, as well as making certain that we have a set standard that will be very much universal across the county.
So
through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify the motion. My understanding of the motion is that with respect to projects under 100 kilograms, we're waiving these five criteria. With respect to projects of 100 kilograms or more, we're keeping these 5 criteria with the following modifications. One is with respect to requirement number 5, which mentions NESCO, we're also allowing certification through the, I think I got it right, NEBCT, the other certification.
NABCEP.
That, whatever that is. And then I would just want to clarify something with respect to qualification number 3. Supervisor Patty indicated he's okay with modifying it to 5 years, but if you look at qualification number 3, it doesn't mention years. 5 is with respect to cities. So would the modification to requirement number 3 be that the entity only have experience with 3 cities or counties? So in other words, the proposing vendor must have completed solar projects that include battery storage for a minimum of 3 cities or counties. I just want to make sure that's the 3 instead of 5 that's being referenced.
Chairman, through the chair, yes, that's exactly right. I may have misspoken and said years instead of cities. Thank you for the clarity. And that is my motion. I think that's fair. It opens up the parameters and meets the spirit of what our staff is asking for.
I guess I would.
The motion.
Motion. So we have a second on that?
Second.
I have a second. Before we take a vote, just what does that do for what my concerns were? Local employment and money, tax dollars.
As far as the local vendors adding the additional association, I think that would help free it up. It would broaden your base as to the number of proposals you would receive from vendors. With regards to the number of projects they've done, reducing it down to 3, that might also assist. I think the difficulty I have is with the 100-mile radius restriction as well. Granted, you'll get some individuals from the Bay Area, Sacramento, and our local region. I would think if you just remove that, you would get vendors from all throughout California. Maybe broaden your base that way.
Yeah, but one of the concerns was making sure there were local vendors.
Well, there's also the issue of sub-performing. I believe the county would like for the vendor to self-perform at least 55% of the work. So then most of the subbing would be done through local vendors here in the county.
But there's no guarantee of that.
There's no guarantee. One of the recommendations I like to make to my customers, like for example, when you have a really, really large project, I mean, like the Bay Bridge, for example, when they were renewing that one section of the Bay Bridge, oftentimes what you have problems with is the construction companies have difficulties bonding that size of project. So in that instance, you probably are going to get really large contractors. And in fact, that project, they only received 2 bids. And of those 2 bids, they were partnerships of 2 companies each. That was the only way they could alleviate the bonding requirements. So when you put restrictions on here, like again, back to NASCO, you're saying in national companies, you're reducing how many particular vendors can actually play in the field.
But that NAECB, that eliminates that substantially, correct?
Yes.
What about the funding side of it? I mean, from 80 million to, I mean, how much?
Well, the one comment I would say is you're going to the competitive market. You're using the market to verify the data that GSD has collected, and those vendors will give you that information in their proposals. The other benefit that you will receive from those proposals is you will see what's called a range. You'll get one that's really low and one that's probably really high, and the range that's kind of flat essentially tells you what the market can actually build you for.
Right. Okay. Ms. Cunningham? Yeah, you have your.
Yes, I want to make sure that for the accreditation that we're doing an and/or, either they have the NASCO or they have the NABCEP.
That was
an and/or.
Was that in your motion there, Supervisor Petty?
Is that okay?
It was in there.
Okay, just double checking. And if I could request that for every place that says city or counties, if we could add state and federal as well.
I will leave that up to Supervisor Patty, since that is the maker of the motion.
I think we don't want somebody that's done small little projects and collectively the entire state. No, I think we're good with the municipalities being a city and or county. I think that really opens it up, including cities, but it gives a minimum criteria. So I'm comfortable with my proposal.
So that would be for, even if it was for the state or for federal?
Are you talking about a project or collectively in the state? I think we're fine if there's a project inside of a city, inside of a state, it's the same thing. It doesn't say it has to be performed only by the city or only by the county.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Patty. We had interpreted the criteria, the 5 criteria, where it says on the 2 that says 4, 5 cities or states to mean doing the work for those entities, doing the work for those governmental agencies, not within, because everything is within a city or state. We're talking about, and so what we're asking, what Marcia is requesting, that it encompass all governmental agencies rather than just cities or states, cities or counties, that if a company has done work for a state or even for the federal government, that would meet that criterion.
I think we're splitting hairs. It's work that's done inside of a city or a county. I don't see the issue.
But if they haven't done one for city or county, but they have done state work or federal work, I think that's getting to the meat of what you're requesting, that they've done work for governmental agencies.
To the size and the scope, I mean, honestly, I'm fine with it. I just think it's
okay.
The city or the county, so it would be the same thing. If the state paid them to do the work inside of the city or the county, I'm a little green on that, so I have no idea what.
We just wanted to clarify that the intent was for that they've done this kind of work for a governmental agency.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give you that. Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's
okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Almost seems redundant, but if we need that clarity, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And lastly, Counselor, I see your eyeball. I just see your eyeball. So what's up?
So is Supervisor Patty modifying his motion to include work for the state or federal government, and is Supervisor Ding seconding that modification?
Correct.
Supervisor Ding, are you Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second. And lastly, we talk about subcontractors. If they're subcontractors are used, and this is going to be to you, Counselor, can we mandate a percentage of those be within the San Joaquin County or within that 100-mile radius, or no?
The simple answer is no. I've done a bunch of research on it. I was going to meet with you regarding that, maybe put together a memo, but the answer is no. Not with we don't have data to support that.
All right, cool. Just want to, but that's what I had. I don't see anybody else in the queue. We have a motion from Supervisor Patty, second by Supervisor Dean. Go ahead and go with the vote. It is adopted 4-1. All right, move on to item number 6. Approve an agreement with SystemSoft Technologies. And just to let everybody know before we go on these next items, we have to have a hard stop at 1 p.m. because we have our veteran recognition at 1:30. So 1 o'clock, regardless of where we're at, we are going to come to a stop. So with that being said, number 6, approve an agreement with SystemSoft Technologies for temporary staffing services for the period of November 7th, 2023 to June 30, 2024, not to exceed $300,000. So we have a register of voters here. Olivia Hale, welcome, and it's all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Today, I have returned to get approval for our agreement with SystemSoft Technologies to provide temporary staffing services for the March 2024 presidential primary election. Historically, we relied on multiple agencies. However, our experience with SystemSoft has been the only experience that has produced enough staffing to match the ROV's need. They ensure a workforce that is background checked and largely drawn from our county. These temporary staff members are utilized in 3 key areas: scanning vote-by-mail ballots on the Hart Verity Central Scanning, ballot inspection, and preparing our election equipment for deployment to the polling locations. Without the support of SystemSoft and their experienced temporary staff familiar with our county's elections processes, there would be a significant strain on election operations and our ability to prepare for and ultimately certify the election in a timely manner. At this time, I'm open to answering any questions you may have regarding this item.
Oh, that was quicker than I expected. Well, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. We have Supervisor Dean.
I'll keep it short, I promise. In selecting this out of the area company, how many letters were sent to our local? Did nobody? Was this? I guess would you consider an RFP? How do you find temporary agencies, and were our local temp agencies, which quite frankly some of them are larger than this temp agency, were they contacted as well to put in a bid?
So we actually have not went out for a competitive bid on this item. We have plans after this cycle. I've actually been talking with our Director Brown, our purchasing director, that as soon as we're done with this 2024 cycle, he's going to work collectively with our office so that we can go out for bid in hopes of acquiring a longer-term contract with local vendors. And so that's going to be something. Unfortunately, we're so close to the election. We're going off of what the past practice in the department has been with this agency. But going forward, I will be working with purchasing in 2025 to get us out to bid. So going into the 2026 cycle, we will have provided the opportunity for a bidding process.
So I guess my only comment, one of the great things about a temporary agency is the workers are all temporary. So it's not like they've been lining up these employees for months. So if you went to a local temp agency, they're temporary. So it would be that pool. My understanding, talking to you too, is this company contracts with local individuals because what we really want is local hire. I really, in my experience dealing with temp agencies, and I had a pretty vast one with the elections in 20 and 22, it takes them all of about 24 hours. Put it together. Obviously, you need background verifications and everything else, but I'm kind of stuck on that, hiring an out of town, especially when we're talking about our election process. So that's just my 2 cents.
Through the chair.
Thanks, Supervisor Dayton. Yes.
Just to share, so 88% or 38 of the 43 workers that we hired in the last cycle from SystemSoft were from San Joaquin County. The other 12%, the other 5 workers were from Stanislaus County. So we do employ local people seeking work here in our county to fill these roles, and that's our expectation, and we also have shared that with the agency that we're looking for workers that are within San Joaquin County. If our need exceeds what they have available in San Joaquin County, that's when they would go to neighboring Stanislaus County for any workers coming to our department. So,
all right, thank you. All right, and no one else, we'll open up for the public, and we have one public comment form. Carla.
The chair, for clarification, 3 minutes.
Yes, it's always 3 minutes unless.
I won't be that long.
All right.
Okay, well, when this came to the board back in August, the one thing that the public asked and the board asked that the temp agency come from within San Joaquin, and that 100% of the people hired were from San Joaquin, and that needs to be done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item? If you could just state your name for the record, we would appreciate it.
Molly Watkins. So why do we need a technology staffing company? You have HART, we have a contract with them. They should be servicing the equipment. The people that you need are just going to be people there taking ballots and stuffing them in a machine. I mean, I'm confused. So the people are going to be hired, and as you had before, they're local people. But why is the company not local? Why is the company an international company? It's not even just a state company. These people have offices in Singapore. That's raising the hair on the back of my head. We're talking about our ballots and our election here. This doesn't make any sense. I Googled sitting there. There are 4 staffing companies that popped right up on the phone. Why are we not using them? They'll find those 40 people that you hired that are here in the county. And then what about the county process? Don't we have a hiring job board thing that we look for local people? Why are we doing outside company? Don't we have our own company? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can you address those concerns, Olivia?
Absolutely. So we actually opened our temporary election technician recruitment as an ongoing recruitment in July. It's still currently open. It is being advertised on our social media. That recruitment has stayed open as a reoccurring. Also, the one for temporary stock clerk for ROV has been listed as a reoccurring recruitment. Something that wasn't done in the past is they didn't open these recruitments as reoccurring. They'd open them for a few weeks and call it good. We've been actually able to staff many of our staff members from our county temp recruitment. So this temp agency is just backfilling what we weren't able to get from our county temp recruitment. My goal is to utilize the county temp pool before we go to this agency pool. This agency pool is just to fill in what we don't get from our reoccurring recruitment through the county. So we do utilize that first.
Okay, what about one of our questions, if I heard her correctly, was that temp agency is international, whatever it may be. Don't we have a temp agency that we could use that is local?
There are temp agencies available locally, and our goal is to, like I said, go out for bid in 2025 to do that. Everything can't be done all at once. We're doing everything we can to redefine how our elections department is ran in this county. I believe that our staff and myself, we've been working very diligently to look at everything. This is an item that requires us to go out to bid later on. We're looking at what we've done for several elections of the past utilizing this company. So it's not a new introduction to a new agency, and we're using the company is located in Santa Clara that we're dealing with. They may have other branches outside of here, but this is what we're doing on a local level. We're not bringing workers from anywhere but our region.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item? And no one, we will bring it back to the board for discussion, and we have Supervisor Dean.
So here's my experience with temporary agencies. One, you can't place these workers early because they're temporary. And so you're not going to know if they're going to be there until, a few weeks before you actually need them. So we're not in a time crunch here to hire them. The other thing I've found with temp agencies from my experience is those temps that have longevity within a temp agency, those placing them, they know the personalities, they know the people a little bit better about who they can place, et cetera. But I guess my main point, we have time to go find a local temp agency because they can't really do anything right now as far as temp workers until, right up against the deadline, because you just don't know what your labor pool is going to be, what their labor pool is going to be, because they could assign up Mary and Betty and Josephine, and Mary and Betty and Josephine 2 weeks from now could be in a different assignment. So I would feel much more comfortable if we actually spent a little time and called 3 or 4 of the local temp agencies first and filled this role, since we aren't on a time crunch.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Don't see anybody else in the queue. So, Supervisor Ding.
Motion to not approve.
I'm sorry, what
direct
was that?
them. Motion to not approve and direct them to send out a RFP to local temporary agencies, at least 3.
Motion, we have a second?
Through the chair.
Hold on one second. Let's see if we can get a second here real quick. Okay, so we don't have a second. So the motion dies. Supervisor Patty needed more information. However, you had a concern. Go ahead.
I just want to share that we are 120 days from the election. In 60 days, I will need to start bringing, in December, so next month, I'm going to have to start bringing the staff on to help us get prepared if we need them. I understand that it seems like, they're just temp staff. They have to go through background check. We don't just bring on, we're dealing with our election. They can't just start immediately. There's a process, and SystemSoft has filled our needs. So if I call them and say, I need 24 people starting this day, they've been able to turn that around and have 25 people showing up the day we're asking for. And so in our past experiences with the other agencies that we were using in the past, they weren't able to meet that need. So I have a huge concern with interfering with us getting the election done and me having what I need in order to execute a successful election.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And I have that concern as well. I believe what the people you're talking about, the agency you're talking about, now first off, are they financed by Mark Zuckerberg?
No.
Are they funded by Google?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are they affiliated with any particular political party?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and when they come on board, they're somewhat trained and skilled in what we're hiring them for?
Absolutely.
So that versus a local temp agency that has a roster of people that also have the ability to apply, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this just expands so that we have a safety net for sure if we're not able to hire local. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we will still, as you're proproposing,
Supervisor Patty, can you
we'll
hold
still
on?
go forward with hiring local but have a safety net.
Oh, yes, that recruitment will stay open until about 30 days before the election. We'll keep that ongoing county recruitment open.
Thank you. Chairman, yes?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, who's overrun the cameras? Can you just, if we can't get it on the speaker, can you just have it as a full chamber? Because I think people want to, when somebody sees somebody talking, they want to see that person talking. That's just,
No idea what you're talking about.
well, because it wasn't focused, when you were talking, it wasn't focused on you.
We got to stop everything then.
Yeah, exactly. But if we're having issues with the cameras.
And it wasn't getting my good side.
It was getting your good side, but I know even people are watching this on YouTube or whatever it may be, they want to see who the speaker is. If we can't focus it, at least leave it on this this panel right here so people can see what's going on.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. In case my mom is watching, I want to make sure she knows I'm actually doing my job. So thank you, Chairman. So I'm satisfied then that what you're asking for, it opens up the criteria for not only local, but a skilled talent pool that's not associated with Mark Zuckerberg, Google, or any particular political party.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And when I look over on my screen, I just want to see your beautiful face on there. That's all.
And through the chair, may I add one more item? We are going to go out to bid for this and work very diligently to get a local temp agency in 2025. You guys have my word that that's what we're going to do, and Director Brown is here to attest that we've had that conversation, and that is absolutely 100% our plan.
All right, thank you. All right, do we...
Move to approve as presented.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second motion.
Roll call, or I'm sorry, a vote, please. All right, Supervisor Patty and Dean, we are voting.
What are we voting on?
Supervisor Canepa, motion, and Vice Chair seconded to vote as mentioned here in the packet. All right, so adopted 4-1. All right, we move on to item number 7. Adopt a resolution directing the Register of Voters to conduct the Mountain House Incorporation / reorganization election upon the questions ordered by the San Joaquin County Local Agency Formation Commission. Hell, all yours again.
Good morning, Board. On October 13th, 2023, LAFCO submitted a copy of LAFCO Resolution 23-1526 to my office. This LAFCO resolution was previously approved by the LAFCO commissioners on September 14th, 2023, and it includes the incorporation of the City of Mountain House, among other changes of reorganization. However, as determined by LAFCO, the approval of the reorganization is subject to the confirmation of the registered voters within the affected territory. Accordingly, pursuant to Government Code Section 57000, since LAFCO has determined that an election is required, this board must now call for a special election based upon the questions prepared by LAFCO, fix the election date, and direct me as the elections official to conduct the election. As set forth in the resolution, I am recommending this board adopt today. The next established election date at which the special election may be held is March 5th, 2024. At a later time and pursuant to a separate resolution, I will be requesting this board consolidate this special election with the March 5th, 2024 presidential primary election. One additional noteworthy comment, while I acknowledge that the law establishes that this board shall call for this special election, is worth highlighting the potential fiscal impact, which is contingent upon the outcome of the election. If the reorganization does fail, the county would be responsible for the cost of this special election. With that said, I'm open to answer any questions regarding the election process. I have also invited Mr. Hightower, the executive officer of LAFCO, to answer any questions this board may have regarding the LAFCO proceedings as it relates to the reorganization.
All right, thank you. All right, so bring it back to the board. Anybody have any questions? If not, Supervisor Canepa.
So what costs, right? So it's having candidates now, and what they pay for print doesn't cover additional costs, or just the print?
Candidates only pay for their candidate statement. Yeah, that's all that they pay for. Yeah. Well, no. So the district, so in this circumstance, I think it'll be between $60,000 and $80,000, I believe, was our estimate that we gave to LAFCO. So if this passes, the City of Mountain House would be paying that fee as the entity. But if it fails, then San Joaquin County would be, the election, we would be absorbing that $80,000. We wouldn't be able to bill that out to them.
So if they don't incorporate,
correct,
then we're stuck.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's all in UIC, so I'll open up for the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And now bring back to the board. If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
A motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second by Vice Chair. Go ahead and let's vote. And it is adopted 5-0.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move on to item number 8. Retroactively approve fourth quarter 2021, which is October 2021, through third quarter 2023, which is September 2023, revolving loan fund approvals made pursuant to delegated authority, and approve the 2023 revised revolving loan fund administrative plan. Welcome. You guys have been waiting all day.
Have.
Just praying we hit to get before 1, I know. But welcome, both of you. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Virgin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Rickman,
Board of Supervisors. Patty Virgin, Executive Director for the Employment and Economic Development Department. With me is my Deputy Director, what's your name?
Nicole Snyder.
Nicole Snyder. We're going to be doing a presentation to you, going over the loans that have been approved through the revolving loan fund. We're also going to introduce an amendment to the administrative plan, which is the body that what we use to approve the loans. So Nicole will be doing the presentation.
All right, good afternoon. I'll try to make this short and sweet for you guys. Wanted to go through a quick timeline, just an overview of the revolving loan fund. It has been around quite some time, established in 1977 with an original $5.5 million grant from the US EDA. Upon development of the revolving loan fund, there was no administrative plan established. So that was established in 1989 and serves as a foundational document to ensure compliance with US EDA requirements for the grant funds. As most of you might know, during the COVID pandemic, there were approved temporary emergency amendments, modifications, and deviations to the administrative plan that the board approved. And also during the pandemic, the board approved the creation of the Sudden and Severe Economic Dislocation RLF, which was another loan fund that we received funding from the CARES Act grant. And then also good to note to the board that the board approved the board and the US EDA approved the defederalization of the legacy RLF grant. That was done in 2022. So right now, all we report on currently is the funding that we received from the SSED loans. As far as the administrative plan updates, a few key and important updates that I'd like to mention. Before I mention the updates, I want to make sure that the board is aware that the updates and revision process did involve not only the RLF staff, but the RLF board as well. We created an ad hoc committee with the RLF board and had multiple meetings reviewing and modifying the plan. A couple of the plans or the amendments that were done to the plan during COVID and the pandemic were approved by this board in April 2020 and January 2021. One of which was the delegated authority to the executive director by this board to approve loans with quarterly retroactive approval by both the RLF board and this board. This chart up here displays the amount of loans that we could get approved through the executive director and then retroactively get them approved through both the RLF board and the Board of Supervisors. And one of the other key amendments is the delegated authority to the executive director or designee to modify and restructure loans. That could be anything like extending the loan terms, things of that nature that are on smaller scale that the executive director can approve. Things of larger scales like release of collateral, those items would come to the RLF board and to this board for approval. Also, during COVID, we increased the default period of loans to 180 days. For obvious reasons, we would like to reduce that back down to 90 days, which it was originally in the administrative plan. And then lastly, authorize the executive director or designee to grant late fee waivers with written justification. This allows us to work with the borrowers that we currently have to ensure we get repayment of the loans. Also, I mentioned quarterly retroactive loan approval. With the executive director approving loans, we would be required to report out the quarterly retroactive loan approval on a quarterly basis that the executive director is approving. We'll provide the quarterly accounting to the RLF board and then to this board at the conclusion of each quarter. And then also to reiterate grant funds and the requirements of the US EDA. Like I mentioned, the original grant funds are currently defederalized, so we are not required to report out on those funding. sources still. The SSED loan that we received during COVID, we are still under compliance from the US EDA. This is why we are amending the administrative plan, asking for your approval, and then we'll send it over to US EDA for final approval. I mentioned the quarterly retroactive approval of RLF loans. This is just a list and a chart that reiterates what was mentioned in the board letter for your approval. And finally, recommendations. Retroactive approve the actions of the EEDD Executive Director pursuant to delegated authority granted by the board on April 7th, 2020, April 28th, 2020, and January 26th, 2021 in approving the RLF loans. Approve the revised 2023 RLF Administrative Plan as recommended by RLF staff and the RLF board. Authorize the Executive Director or designee to submit the revised plan to the US EDA for approval, and authorize and delegate the authority to the Executive Director or designee to A, implement the plan, and B, develop and execute any documents necessary to carry out the intent of the Board of Supervisors. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you both. Bring it back to the board. Don't see anything in the queue. So open up for the public. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And no one. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Need a motion for this? Or is it just a acceptance?
There's a motion.
All right, okay.
Move to approve.
We have a motion. We have a second by Supervisor Patty.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Go to vote, please. Adopted 5-0. Thank you both for waiting here, and thank you for the work that you do. I know myself and Vice Chair sit on that board. They do a great job. Continue to keep helping our small businesses.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, that is all we have for discussion items. However, we are going to take a recess until 1:30, when we will be back to recognize our
board comments now.
Veterans. You know what? No, we'll go ahead and do it afterwards so we can have, yeah. So, all right, folks, see you back at 1:30.
you'll take off and I'll walk in behind you. Yeah, as soon as I step on, as soon as he gets that down. All right? Was it a block? That's pretty close to the same. Okay. So now we're at this point. Move back a little bit, Alan. What? Move back a little bit. Me to move back? Yeah, move out of the way. Get out of the way. Let's put it that way. Okay. You guys will be behind. I'll be right here behind you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Tell us to hold color. Hold color. It's up to you now, Mark. Hold color. Okay. What they're going to do is I'll bring you guys to attention. They're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Then they're going to sing the national anthem. And that'll be it. Okay. Then I'll say, will man salute. Yeah. Pledge allegiance. National anthem. Yeah. And then that's it. Will we do that one also? What? Salute at the national anthem. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that too. Yeah. We'll do it. We can stay right here to salute. Yeah, I can. Yeah, you guys something like that here now. And then me and Dale, we're going to just stand right here. Okay. And we'll present arms, and when we're done, I'll just say, color guard, retreat. And then we'll come back. Yep, let's come on back. And then you and I can do about face. About face. And we'll work the march.
Hey Tim, how are you?
It is for me. I slept in this morning. Hmm? Yeah, kept it going.
I'd love to sleep in, but I've got my chickens waiting.
Oh, Friday. Yeah, exactly. Lodi Brewery from Richmond?
It's not the laser tag that he wanted. It's that stays.
Oh, he wants to have some fun, huh?
He said, "Why can't I just go bar hopping?"
You know what? On Thursday when I get back.
or Supervisor Patty? Hey, Tom, Supervisor Patty? Where's he? Hey, Tom. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting here in 1 second. Just want to say here, let's see here. Tino, where's Tino? I know, okay, you're in the front. I know we have some reserved spaces right in front here in the front row for our veterans that we're honoring today. We got Shane. Condola, Shane, are you here? There you are. I'm sorry. And Monica Reyes. Martin Jones. Okay. Yeah, you have to stay there. Randall Reyes and Stephen Verver. If you all just come up front here and just sit in the front, we would appreciate it. Okay, I just want to welcome everybody. It's our great privilege today as San Joaquin County and the Board of Supervisors to honor our veterans. So we appreciate you being here, and I'm going to get the ceremony started. And with that, I'm going to ask Captain Chuck Roots, retired United States Navy chaplain, to come on down to lead us in the invocation. And if you could...
Please join me in a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, this is the day the Lord has made. We are here to rejoice and be glad in it. We rejoice, Lord, because we live in the greatest country in the world, a country you chose so that liberty and freedom could be nurtured into fruition with the firm belief that, as the Declaration of Independence states boldly and eloquently, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Lord, such powerful words shook the world 247 years ago, and continue to do so today. The men and women here today who have worn the uniform of this nation are a living tribute to those transformative words. They have served in times of war and peace. They have known the terrors of war, standing in the breach to keep the wolf from the door, so that we, the people, could continue to live in the blessings of peace and to relish the freedoms so many have willingly offered for those of us who are yet remaining. The price of freedom, Lord, is great. Each generation must ask, is it worth the price? And each generation will be held to account for their decision. We are free today, Lord, because you have so ordained it. We dare not assume that peace and liberty that will always be ours to enjoy, unless we acknowledge that such rights and responsibilities come from you. Shed blood of patriots provides us with peace for our nation, which is temporary. For that we are grateful. There is another peace available only through the blood that was shed on a rugged cross. That peace is eternal and available to all who call upon your name, Lord. In these days where war seems to be the bad news of the day, we thank you for the many blessings we as Americans have enjoyed. May you be praised, not just in these governmental chambers, but all across the fruited plain of our land. In the name of the one who is, who was, and who is yet to come. Amen.
Thank you, Captain. If I can ask you all please to rise for the playing of the national anthem and march on of the colors by the American Legion Auxiliary Post 22 of Lodi, California. You all please join me. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You all please remain standing for the national anthem, and I'm going to introduce our Nicole Lee, our Chief Deputy Clerk.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose mirage stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, thank you. You all can. All right, thank you. You can all remain, or please have a seat. No, not yet. I want to say thank you to the American Legion, Post 22 from Lodi. Thank you very much. And of course, our own very Nicole for her gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous voice. Thank you. I'd like to invite Susan Figerty from our Veteran Service Office to the podium for some brief remarks. Represents our San Joaquin County Veteran Services.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Rickman, members of the board, veteran family members, and County Administrator, Mr. Wildervig. On behalf of the Department of Healthcare Services, Director Greg Dieterich, and the staff of the San Joaquin County Veteran Service Office, I would like to offer a heartfelt thank you and welcome to all military veterans, reservists, Guard, active duty service members, and our veteran employees of San Joaquin County for their service to our nation. I would like to extend special recognition to all of our Blue Star and Gold Star family members here today. We remember and honor the challenges faced by all family members who are separated from their loved ones due to their military service. We recognize but cannot fully comprehend the unfathomable sacrifice our Gold Stars family make every day without their loved ones who are returned to them, draped under the colors of this great nation they swore to protect and defend. When I think of this past year, the expression attitude of gratitude board comes to mind. Our county is fortunate to have several active veteran service auxiliaries and posts, such as the Carl Ross American Legion Auxiliary, who are providing the refreshments after today's ceremony. We are grateful for the businesses, families, and organizations like the United Veterans Council, who coordinates our July 4th parade and our Veterans Day event at the Bob Hope Theater. So please all do attend that, or at least one of the ceremonies happening on the special day on Saturday. We are thankful to all of you who have volunteered countless hours to support our veterans in this county. I am so thankful for the support of Director Dieterich and the Board of Supervisors as we navigate some of the most significant changes the Veteran Service Office has experienced since inception over the past 30 years. These changes include the administrative transfer of the entire VA Palo Alto healthcare system of care, our Central Valley clinics, to the Northern California VA system of healthcare. This has resulted in numerous challenges and changes, and I'm very grateful to VA Northern California Healthcare for partnering with us, meeting with us regularly to try to address some of those changes. This year, we'll also see, well, technically next year, the grand opening of the new Stockton CBOC Clinic. I am so thankful that our local veterans like Tino Adami, Carrie Martin, and many other veteran organizations have worked tirelessly over the past 20 years to birth the creation of our new Stockton community-based outpatient clinic. As a matter of fact, I first met Tino Adami and his merry band of veteran CBOC advocates over 20 years ago when I worked for the Palo Alto VA healthcare system as a clinician. Tino and other veteran leaders of our county kept showing up at the Palo Alto campus, Menlo Park VA campus. Then I became a supervisor in Livermore, and surprised, there was Tino again. Campuses to push for this clinic. Over those 20 years, I continued to see them at political events, community events, veteran events, and post events, providing the tireless advocacy and education needed to bring this cutting-edge CBOC to our Central Valley veterans. This group of veterans were everywhere, always visible, always vocal, and always advocating for our veterans. Thanks to Tino and all of our San Joaquin County veterans who advocated for the past 20 years, I say you did it, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I am looking forward to our county's presentation about the CBOC, which will also follow shortly. This year also saw the passage of the historic PACT Act, the most significant piece of federal legislation impacting our veterans in the last 30 years. Last year, our office saw 255 veteran visits in August. This year, we saw 455 due to the PACT Act. And on the final day of the Retro PACT Act, yep, we had some folks that were a little bit last minute there. Our VSO office received over 142 calls for help and close to 55 walk-ins that day. Luckily, the federal government decided to extend the deadline till Monday, so we got all of those claims filed on time and on behalf of our veteran families. I am so extraordinarily proud and thankful for Team VSO. Our growing staff team of 7 have steadfastly navigated all of these changes while providing excellent benefits, expertise, and care for our veteran families. I am extremely grateful to our Board of Supervisors. During the past year and a half, the board approved several actions which greatly improve the safety, security, and services for the veteran families of San Joaquin County. The board approved funds needed to relocate the County Veteran Service Office from our former parking lot garage to our new location shared with EEDD. Our prior location served approximately 2,500 veteran families, 2,500 walk-ins per year. That's not even phone calls and that's not appointments, 2,500 walk-ins. I stood before the board at this time last year and predicted we're going to see an 18% increase if we move to the new location. I am happy to say I was very wrong. This year, that number exploded to 4,400 veterans, an increase of over 57%. The veteran leaders in our community requested additional veteran service representatives and mental health services, and our board responded. The board approved increasing 3 part-time positions to 3 full-time positions and included a mental health specialist, the first of its position of its kind for our county office. The new mental health specialist will now be able to provide additional mental health support to fill in evening weekend gaps in services for our veterans. We will be seeking future board support to assist with the creation of a permanent standalone VSO office for our county veteran families if a joint housing authority home key project is selected. In closing, during last month's VAC meeting, I listened as 2 of our newest VAC members introduced themselves, Brad Levin and Pastor Chad Donnelly. They discovered that they were both proud parents of several daughters who are currently serving on active duty in the U.S. Navy. 2 of the daughters are actually stationed on the same base, but they have never met. As I drove home that evening and the news reports of naval assets such as the USS Gerald Ford Naval Strike Group, the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, and many other Marine, naval, and special operations assets were heading toward the Mediterranean in the wake of the Hamas attack on Israel, I was reminded how thankful we are for those 2 young sailors who, although stationed on the same base and who have never met, share the commonality of having fathers, family, and friends in our San Joaquin County community. I am so thankful to those 2 young sailors for their service and the service of all of our military families, service members, and veterans, because they will be standing guard tonight over all of us and our great nation, so we don't have to. God bless our country, our veterans, and our county. With that, I will steer the ship back to Mr. Chuck Roots. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You get me twice. To the supervisors of San Joaquin County. First, I would like to thank each and every one of you supervisors for stepping up to the plate this past year in support of our veterans. Your swift action to move the VSO office to its current location at 6221 West Lane is a defining moment in your service to the men and women who have worn the uniform of our country. Our veterans are now able to visit this facility in relative safety and ease of access. And you heard what Susan just told you, the huge increase in veterans coming for that service. Second, my staff on the commission is working to review and revise the bylaws of the VAC in hopes of establishing a more fluid and understandable process as we attempt to reach out into our respective districts, offering whatever assistance we can to our veterans. Third, it is our belief that the stand down, which has been so effective for our veterans in the past, should be a permanent annual event placed on the calendar so that all veterans will have direct contact with organizations, businesses, and agencies that have programs to assist our veterans throughout the county. Fourth, based upon the effectiveness of the stand down, I have appointed members of the commission to begin the process of assembling a working list of such agencies which can be printed in pamphlet form, posted on the internet websites, and then to be updated as needed. In closing, I would like to thank my fellow district representatives for their dedication in serving the needs of our veterans. These veterans are selfless in the giving of their time and talent. I would also like to thank our Veteran Service Officer, Susan Feary, and her wonderfully able assistant, Laureen Ferreira, for their commendable patience in helping me and the Commission as we work through the various lumps and bumps of our job. And I must commend the Clerk of the Board, Rochelle DeBoard, for coming alongside in our sometimes bungling efforts in fulfilling our duties. And I would be remiss if I did not mention Stan Rapata, who has hosted our meetings, both regularly and special meetings, at the Military and Veterans Student Center across from the University of the Pacific. One of his veteran students, Zach Baker, has diligently served as the secretary for the VAC, and I want to thank Zach personally. And finally, my time of serving on the commission is at an end. I thank the supervisors for their faith in me and the commission as we have attempted to move the ball forward in striving to improve our service to those we love and cherish most, our veterans. God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you, Captain. And for those of you who didn't know, Captain Roots currently is our chairman for the Veterans Advisory Commission, so thank you very much. And I'd like to introduce Tom Silva, which is a Military and Veteran Student Service Coordinator at UOP, and also Stanley Rapata, who's our Senior Chief Petty Officer, United States Navy, retired, Director of Military and Veteran Student Services at UOP, and a member of the Veterans Advisory Commission. You guys beat me to the punch. You guys are quick. I'm going to turn it over to you.
This is for you. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, honored veterans, and distinguished guests. It is a privilege and an honor to be here today. Boy, you beat me to the punch. You really mess this up. I brought two veterans with me today from the University of Pacific Military and Veteran Student Center's coordinator, Tom Silva. He is from the class of 21. Tom Silva is a retired master sergeant from the Army, and he did 33 years of service. And Zach Baker is Sergeant of the U.S. Army veteran. He's also, as mentioned before, the Secretary of the Veteran Advisory Commission and a senior at the University of Pacific. He's the class of 24. And thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I'm going to turn this over to Tom Silva. By the way, Tom just announced the fact that he's going to be running for Congress for the 9th District.
Actually, that's 7th District up in Sacramento.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you very much. They don't usually give me the control, so I'll see if I can do this as well as possible. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. First thing to understand about this slide, veterans work very hard. They sacrifice a lot to earn the benefits that they have from the VA. So I think it's really important to understand the value the Pacific delivers. So as you can see right there, we're a top 10 for best colleges for veterans in the United States. I think that says a lot about what we do at Pacific. There's an entire suite of services that we provide these students. I think that's important to understand that when we're supporting students, we don't just focus on academics. We treat the whole veteran. We take a holistic approach to how we support the veterans at Pacific. And I think that's really important to understand is that we have to take care of that whole veteran. They're a very different population than the rest of the students. We realize that, and we're there and we support that. And so that's what this slide really lets you know. Update on Manor Hall. First of all, thank you very much for jump-starting that project for us and helping us get to the point where we can deliver that. Once it's completed, estimate right now is January of 2025. Manor Hall will only be the second student veteran specific housing in the country. So what we're launching here is something very unique to Pacific. It's very unique to this area and even the country. So I think it's important to understand just how important this project is, the value that it brings, and the type, the quantity of veterans that it's going to attract to Pacific, and how important it is to have something like that. So again, thank you very much. We couldn't do it without you, and it's a great opportunity for us. As Stan mentioned earlier, between the two of us, that's a combined 55 years of service to the United States military. So that's part of what we deliver, that we take that experience, that hands-on approach to supporting our veterans, and that's how we take care of them. So that's something both of us are very proud of, is the fact that, we do have a long history of service. We love taking care of our student veterans because it's what we've pretty much dedicated our entire lives to. So that's enough math for you. Investments in the spaces. So why this is really important as a student and as a staff member, what I tell folks is, that this is tangible evidence that Pacific really, supports its student veteran population. The fact that we have our own house that we use as Student Veteran Center, it's nearly 2,500 square feet. We're doing renovations on the Manor Hall, and the fact that the school has hired 2 full-time staff to support the student veterans, to me, as a student, was always tangible evidence that Pacific really cares. Other schools can talk about how they support veterans. Pacific really does. And so I think that's important. It's a great school for student veterans, and that's really why. And you can see, what we've done and what we continue to do to support student veterans there, and actually have a space for veterans on campus. And that is just so important that veterans have that. I have veterans come from other schools and they look around at what Pacific has, and they'll tell us, my school, the school I just came from, doesn't really have something this nice, or doesn't take care of student veterans as well. So it does matter, and it means that we're excelling at what we do when it comes to supporting student veterans. Current fall and 23 enrollment, as you can see, 63 undergrads, 96 graduate students. So our student veterans aren't just stopping at bachelor's degrees, they're going above and beyond. And I think that's important to understand, is military veterans, we excel at excelling, right? We just don't stop. And so I think, once we get a taste of school and we realize how good it is, then we continue to move on. And so that's why you can see we have a high number of graduate students pursuing things like doctorates in occupational therapy, physical therapy, Juris Doctorate. My veterans do it all. This is a quote from one of our veterans. He graduated with his bachelor's degree. He just recently finished up his master's degree in social work, and he's about to wrap up a doctorate in a doctorate of healthcare management. So again, this is the kind of student veterans that we support, and how they excel and how they exceed. And that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, distinguished guests, and veterans in the audience today. It is my pleasure to stand here in front of you and talk a little bit about what makes the University of the Pacific so amazing for our student veterans. We walk into that student veterans organization, we walk into that student veterans center, we look around, we see people who look like us, people who have the same experience as us. We see these 2 distinguished gentlemen behind me with their combined decades of experience, their combined decades of knowledge and wisdom, and we get to see them every day impart that upon our fellow veterans. And what that means to us is that we feel supported, we feel heard, and we feel appreciated. We see what has happened, with the building of the Veterans Center and with the remodeling of Manor Hall, with the support that this body has provided to us in that endeavor, with the support of building the new Community Service Care Center in downtown Stockton. We see that and we say, this is a place for student veterans. This is a place where people can come from all around this great country and get a degree, get a higher education from an amazing institution of higher education. And we say, we can do this. We can obtain that goal that when I was 19, I thought I would never obtain. And that is what University of the Pacific has provided to me and to my classmates and to all the veterans that attend this university. Thank you, and God bless America.
Thank you. Thank you all for your service, and also want to say thank you to UOP for taking care of our veterans. We all appreciate it. Now I'd like to invite our county staff from the Stockton Community-Based Outpatient Clinic to come up. We have. All right, well, I'll move on from that.
I just saw Mr. Dietrich walk out.
All right, that's all right. All right. We also come together to recognize and honor the courageous and resilient members of our Gold Star families. These are the families who have endured the unimaginable loss of loved one, who made the ultimate sacrifice in their service to our nation. Their stories are filled with both sorrow and pride, and their strength is an inspiration to all of us. So, if I could ask a Gold Star family that are here with us today, if you could please stand. And if you wouldn't mind, if you want to come up front of the dais, just state your name and your son or daughter.
Thank you, Chairman and Board. It's been actually quite a while since I've been here at this point. Corporal Michael D. Anderson, my firstborn, my only son, 21 years of age, United States Marine Corps. Killed during the Battle of Fallujah, kicking doors, inside of an interior in a house, indoor gunfight.
Hello. My name's Gary Bertain. My son served with the 1st 504th of the 82nd Airborne, and he died March 13, 2004. They entered into a trap zone, and it was. So anyway, thank you for honoring Gold Star families and for the opportunity to be here with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you both, and God bless you both. God bless you. Blue Star families represent families who have a son or daughter who is serving or has been armedly discharged from the military. So do we have any Blue Star families with us here today? Thanks. Also, if you could come up front here and just state your name and your son or daughter that is serving, I think.
My name's Chad Donnelly, retired chaplain, U.S. Army. I have 3 kiddos serving I'm very proud of, and appreciate your remarks earlier. I was trying not to cry as she was saying. My oldest son is an electronic technician in the U.S. Navy. He is currently in the East China Sea. I think I'm allowed to say that. For the next 8 months with the Princeton. My middle daughter is a hall technician in Virginia. And then my youngest daughter is a combat medic with the 10th Mountain Division. So very blessed, very, very proud of them. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So we have a son, Jason, who served with the 3-5 in the Marine Corps, and I don't know that they ever are discharged. So he served in the same unit that Mike's son did. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
My grandson, Jordan Anderson's on the aircraft carrier at George Washington. He's an airman. 3 years in the Navy. So very proud of him. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your family for their service. We'd also like to have the post commanders, if you could just please stand. Post commanders. What about San Joaquin County employee veterans that are here with us today? Excellent. Thank you. And veteran, yes. And thank you for your service. But our veterans of the United States Army, if you could please stand. And thank you for your service. And our veterans for the United States Navy. Thank you. And this is probably going to get a little loud. How about our veterans of the United States Marine Corps? Thank you for your service. Also, our veterans of the United States Coast Guard. Folks, there you go. Thank you. And how about our veterans of the United States Air Force? All right, thank you. I was coming to that. What about how about members of the United States Space Force? Say you can stand. All right. All right, we're gonna thank you all for being here, and thank you for your service. We all have our honorees that we picked to honor today as a Board of Supervisors, each individually per district. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first district, District 1, or our Vice Chair, Villapudua.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming today and supporting our veterans. I'm going to let our clerk of the board read a small sample from our veteran, Tino Adami.
Lance Corporal Faustino Tino Adami. Tino Adami was born in 1947 in French Camp, California. Graduated from Franklin High School in 1965. After 2 years of study at San Joaquin Delta College, he joined the U.S. Marines at the age of 19 and has proudly worn the honorable title of Marine ever since that day. Tino was stationed with the 9th Hell in a Helmet unit in Vietnam, and as a result of his service, earned a Purple Heart, the Vietnam Service Medal, the Vietnam Campaign Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, the Rifle Marksman Badge, and the Good Conduct Medal. He served in Vietnam, where he was wounded in combat by almost losing his ankle and arm. He is a Purple Heart recipient and was recognized in 2011 by former Congressman Jerry McNerney and the House of Representatives for his distinguished service. Tino completed his service in Vietnam in 1967 and came home to work at the Tracy Defense Depot. He married Mary Hope Lopez in 1970 and continued to work at the depot until he retired after 33 years. After he became the first Latino commander of Stockton's American Legion, Carl Ross, Post 16 in 1998, and he became instrumental in bringing Carl Ross Post back into the community and helping veterans with veteran issues. In 1999, he persuaded the City Council to hold an Independence Day parade honoring veterans after a 10-year absence. Since then, it has become an annual event. He's worked with Stockton Elementary Schools to teach students about flag etiquette and display. Retiring old flags and dedicating new ones were also taught. He's worked with Franklin High School's JROTC program as well. He's been chairman of the 4th of July Parade for years. He's held ceremonies in remembrance of the horrible events of September 11th, 2001. In 2002, then late Mayor Gary Podesto honored Korean War vets with a proclamation that it would never again be known as the Forgotten War. The commemoration was authorized by Congress on the 50th anniversary of the Korean War. Lincoln High School's JROTC has been eliminated until Tino got into Congressman Pombo to inform the Navy that it should be kept. It was. Tino was part of a group sponsoring Boys State, a program that took 4 young men interested in government and community service from Edison, St. Mary's, and Stagg, and sent them to work a study program in functional government in Sacramento. He helped convince the County Board of Supervisors to house the Veterans Service Office in a building more suitable for veterans. He influenced the SUSD board to name a new elementary school in honor of Stockton's only Medal of Honor winner, Richard. Adame was instrumental pursuing better health care facilities for veterans in the San Joaquin Stockton region. He said that when he heard that a medical complex was going to be built somewhere in California, he and veteran Kerry Martin began working hard to ensure the location would be in the Stockton area. Because of those strong efforts, Stockton was ultimately chosen. Moreover, to honor the unfaltering efforts by Adame, former director of the VA Palo Alto Healthcare System in Palo Alto approved a road at the new medical campus, Tino Adame Road. To this day, Tino has not stopped and will never stop fighting for veterans. Today, we honor Faustino Adame as the 2023 San Joaquin County 1st District Veteran Honoree. Supervisor.
Tino, that was quite an impressive resume. I was going to read it all, but I'd lose my breath. Tino, you've been the face of the veterans in Stockton for so long. You've done so much. You've given your whole life. You and Mary have been amazing. I noticed you brought so many people to the call. Ross posted today that they have undying dedication to the veterans, and you've been the face of it, Tino. It's been an honor to know you, and every time you call, I jump. You need something, and you're always having fundraisers, and this guy pops up. He kind of reminds me of Tracy Glaves. He's one of those people you just have to answer. And Tino, I thank you for your service. Thank you for everything you've done for your community. Thank you for dedicating your life to veterans. So with that being said, can you say a few words for us, please?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank first, my parents always said, always thank you, Lord, first. I'd like to thank all my friends and family. My parents always used to, they taught me, you love your family like friends and friends like your family. And I am very blessed to have all the ones here. My wife put up with me for 53 years. My brother Henry has helped me keep the straight road. But it was something that had to be done. And Kerry, Joel Mays, auxiliary, we were always there when something had to be done. We just did it. And thank you for the board always answering our call. Without you, community, it wouldn't have been happening. Kerry Martin over here, he's always a Tommy. By the time this clinic is up, I'll be pushing up daisies. We had different council members here, but it's coming. We're not pushing up daisies yet, Lord willing. But again, thank you to family, friends, and Kerry, my brother Kerry, and Joe Mays. Thank you.
Mary, will you join us for a picture, please?
Mary.
And thank you. All right, we're going to move to District 2, Supervisor Paul Canepa.
Thank you. I had a husband and a wife, and they had an emergency, so they weren't able to come. The sixth floor, I probably have one of the best jobs in the world. I don't want to tell a lot of people that, but I mean, just being here today, you could see it, just the love and the air, and remembering our people that I've served. Scott Tyrell also was a Marine, and then Mike Anderson, I said, hey, who do I represent on this one? Can you help me out on this one? And he goes, oh yeah, Gunny. And so thank you, Mike, for that. So he said, I think I should pick Randall Reyes and then also his wife, who weren't able to make it here today, but I'll read this on their behalf. So Randall R. Reyes, Mr. Reyes currently serves as the Veteran Outreach Program Specialist at the Delta Vet Center, Department of Veteran Affairs in Manteca. Randall has been with the Vet Center since 2005. In this position, he actively reaches out to veterans and their families at various federal, state, and locally organized events to include demobilization events for those returning from recent conflicts. He also works with the local National Guard, reserves, and active duty military units to provide information and access to appropriate services. In 2021, in order to better provide services to our local veterans, he created the Delta Vet Center Stakeholders Meeting that expands over 4 counties. The goal has been to create and strengthen community partnerships, facilitate networking opportunities, disseminate information, and make referrals with warm handoffs. The meetings have been a great success. Before coming to VA, Mr. Reyes proudly served 13 years with the United States Marine Corps, rising to the ranks of Gunnery Sergeant. His Marine Corps service includes duties with Marine Corps Anti-Terrorism Security Forces in the Middle East, physical training instructor at Officer Candidate School in Guantanamo, Virginia, and multiple deployments with 1st Marines Bravo Company 1/1 to locations such as Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, and various areas in Africa. He was awarded the Navy Commendation Medal for personally training over 1,500 Marine Corps officers, candidates, and staff members. His last duty station, he supervised 42 Marines and corpsmen and was charged with the deployment of the company's weapons systems such as rockets, mortars, and machine guns. So that was Randall Reyes. And you get a 2-for-1. Monica Hope Reyes is a San Joaquin Valley native and a United States Army veteran. After 5.5 years of service, including leadership and deployment in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, she began volunteering with nonprofits Ride to Recovery and Rivers of Recovery, assisting fellow veterans with their civilian transition. Along the process, Monica earned her Associates of Arts degree from San Joaquin Delta College, her Bachelor of Arts degree from University of the Pacific, and her Master's of Social Work at CSU Stanislaus. She presently serves the community as an Associate Clinical Social Worker with 180 Counseling and Resources in Lodi Counseling Adolescents and Young Adults. Monica's greatest achievement post-service, however, has been becoming a wife, mother to 3 beautiful daughters. So thank you, both of you, for your service to our country.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. And now I'm going to turn it over to our District 3 Supervisor, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. It gives us a great honor, and I say this all the time, but this is our 7th year, myself and Supervisor Villapudua, and it's truly the best day of the year that we have our veterans coming in and have a chance to give a little celebration. Earlier today, this board recognized for the first time ever International Men's Day. And when you think about internationally, the implications of that, you see incursions of free people, and you see armies, invasions, you see assaults on civilians, and attacks worldwide. I don't know of a single nation in the world that's ever celebrated weak men. This nation was forged on strong men, set an example for the current men and women that serve in our military. We have no freedom without them. So for you all to be here today and for us to give a little bit of recognition is, and sometimes a big price that's paid but we are eternally grateful. These flags wouldn't fly. We wouldn't be under the banner of freedom without you, your service, the sacrifice, and the commitment you've made to this great country. Thank you for that. You can clap. Who's going to clap? That's nice. Is anybody catching that on video? It was actually kind of good. I'd lived that. So I've got a recognition for HM3 Shane Kudlolo, FMF Corpsman, U.S. Navy. I'm very proud to introduce my Veteran of the Year for the 3rd District of San Joaquin County, FMF Corpsman HM3 Shane Kudlolo. Okay, come on up, sir. Shane served in the green side of the U.S. Navy starting in boot camp in June of 1988. He was assigned to the MEU Service Support Group and went on to Westpac deployment 15 January of 1990, serving in the Gulf War with 1 Medical Battalion. From there, he went to Kuwait City with Task Force Ripper with the Marines during Desert Storm until February of 1992. It's of note, under fire, Doc, as he would affectionately be known, and his team gave medical care to our wounded Marines on the front line, caring for casualties on both sides of the conflict, shifting to humanitarian aid to the Kuwaiti citizens once Kuwait was liberated. Shane spent 3 years assigned to the search and rescue headquarters of the Naval Branch Medical Clinic, Iwakuna, Japan. Then left active service and was assigned Echo Company, 2nd Battalion, 23rd Marine Regiment at Marine Division in 1996. As we all know, Marines love their docs, and we appreciate them for that. From there, went on to finish his commitment to the active reserve, serving in the 1st Staff 4th Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, Camp Pendleton, California, was honorably discharged. In total, 14 years active duty and in reserves. As a civilian, Shane was asked and served on former Congressman Jeff Denham's Veteran Advisory Committee. He's currently employed as an emergency medical technician, EMT, with Stanislaus and San Joaquin County EMS, and is a registered nurse at Doctors Medical Center in Modesto. Shane is an active member of Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association 33-2 Valley Chapter, Vets Helping Vets, and Veterans of Foreign War, Luneta Post 52 here in Stockton. His awards include Navy Marine Corps Commendation Medal, Combat Action Ribbon, which is a real big deal, by the way, Kuwait Liberation Medal, Southwest Asia Medal, Good Conduct Medal, also known as Good Cookie Medal, Fleet Marine Force Ribbon with insignia, Overseas Service Medal, and a Sea Service Deployment Ribbon. Sir, welcome and thank you. Say a couple words.
I just wanted to say thank you, Tom, and thank you to the board for taking the time to recognize our county's veterans and honoring them in the way that you do. I also want to thank the family and friends and everybody that's here in support today. I really appreciate it.
Where's Pawnee?
Thank you. All right, we're going to move to our District 4 Supervisor, Supervisor Dean.
They have Martin Jones, please. There you are.
Thank you.
Is it on?
So Martin Jones, he joined the Marine Corps in 1972 from Camp Pendleton to Okinawa to Lejeune. And what is it you said? You can't leave the Marines. No, but so you exited active duty. Would that be the correct term in 1979? But what was really impressive to me is going through your bio. You've been in public service for 51 years. From the minute he entered the Marine Corps, when he came back to Lodi, first off, his probably his greatest venture is being married to Rhea, and keeping her on the straight and narrow. But he joined the city of Lodi for 27 years, retiring as wastewater supervisor. And this is where I've got to pick up the paper because your service after active service is just there's nothing more impressive than someone who just literally just keeps picking up the pace. He joined the American Legion post 22 in 91. He served as the first vice commander. Then he served as the commander, then as the District 11 Area 3 commander, 2010 to 2011. He continues to serve the American Legion 22 for the past 10 years on the American Legion Honor Guard. He's the coordinator of the Veterans Moving Wall Memorial that goes through Mickey Grove Park, and he installs the memorial bricks. He coordinates the post-22 Veterans Day ceremonies for the Lodi community, and Martin has taken care of the American Legion Memorial Building for the past 22 years. So, active service. And I want to thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to say it's been an honor and a privilege to be a part of Lodi Post 22 for the last 22 plus years. We're over 100 years old here in Lodi as opposed to serving Lodi. And it's been an honor and a privilege to do that and be a part of it. And I want to thank you all for having me here today.
And I just wanted to add one more note. I saw Chad, there you are. Chad just joined our Veterans Advisory Commission, and it's nice to have someone that's recently of service, young, and stepping in, taking a leadership role. So thank you. And I would just like to recognize a Gabriel Fernandez, 22 years old. He's on the USS, I always want to say Patron. Is that bad? What's the ship that's with the Ford and the Eisenhower right now on the Gulf? The what? Perone. Palulu. Thank you. Anyway, I told him I'd give a shout out to his mother. Can you come take a few pictures?
All right, they saved the best supervisor for last, right? The 5th District. First of all, I want to say thank you for you all for being here, and thank you for your service, and God bless each and every one of you. I know on the 11th this Saturday is our Veterans Day, and which is a very important day of remembrance. and of course to pay tribute to our veterans. But we're not going to be in session, so I also want to say thank you and happy birthday to the Marines, all right, which is November 10th. So happy birthday at 248th birthday. And I've said this over and over again. I think this board has said it over and over again that, we owe you all a debt that we can never repay. But as an elected official, we can always say thank you and fight for our veterans. It's an absolute honor to be here and sit up there on that dais and represent our veterans here in San Joaquin County. I don't know of such a great honor, and it fills me with pride each and every time I just step in a room with a veteran, so thank you. I also have today the privilege to recognize a special veteran from the 5th District, EO1 Equipment Operator, CB Combat Warfare, Stephen Verver. If you could please join me up front here. Man, I feel a little small. Here. I used to have arms like that until I got a little older. Many of you in this room may have served with or at least be familiar with the CBs. They are the United States Naval Construction Battalions. Their mascot, the bee, the busy worker, doesn't bother you unless you bother them. If provoked, it stings. Their motto in Latin, Construimus, Batuimus, or we build, we fight. Attributed to Rear Admiral Ben Murillo, who is considered to be the father of the CBs. Stephen was born and raised in Ripon and graduated from Ripon Christian in 1993. He enlisted at the Manteca recruiting station in 1991. That's the day I graduated from Tracy High, the Bulldogs. Under the delayed entry program, I left for boot camp in July of 1993. Initially, Stephen was a machinist mate in the U.S. Navy with one Westpac cruise during that enlistment, serving on the USS Mount Hood, then the Deep Submergence Unit on Coronado. Stephen left active duty in 1997 and enlisted in the U.S. Naval Reserves. He changed rates and became a CB, the construction battalions. Served with Naval Mobile Construction Battalion 15 and 18, Naval Construction Regiment 1, and Navy Construction Group Training Command 1. He served as a Navy range instructor / line coach, a certified classroom instructor for advanced courses, and an operations leading petty officer with Naval Construction Group Training Command 1. He served as an embarkation leading petty officer for Naval Construction Regiment 1 and oversaw the CB Combat Warfare Qualification Program for Naval Mobile Construction Battalion 18. Stephen deployed with Naval Mobile Construction Battalion 15 for Operation Enduring Freedom, Afghanistan, and conducted route clearance clearing IEDs and road repair, along with standing as an overwatch for Forward Operating Base Ghazni. Also served as a range safety officer at Camp Leatherneck, operating ranges for all weapons in the TOA. During regular drill weekends, Stephen served as assistant officer in charge of the reserve detachment, along with previous roles as platoon leader, squad leader, and fire team leader. Stephen retired as an E6, EO1 with the STW in May of 2021 with 22 years combined active duty and reserve time. His awards include, and this takes 2 pages, and it's just phenomenal. Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal, Gold Star in lieu of a second award. Army Achievement Medal, Combat Action Ribbon. Navy Battle E for Excellence 5 times. Meritorious Unit Citation, National Defense Medal, Afghanistan Campaign Medal, 1 Bronze Star, NATO IASF Medal, Overseas Service Ribbon 2 times, Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, Good Conduct Medal 5 times, Navy Reserve Meritorious Service Medal 5 times, Expert Rifle Medal, Expert Pistol Medal, Letter of Commendation from 1-Star Admiral, Letter of Appreciation from Commanding Officer, Navy Operational Support Center, Sacramento Sailor for the Quarter 2 times. But his service did not end with his military career. He is currently a sergeant with Stanislaus County Sheriff's Department Adult Detention Division, and he's been there for 18 years, and is a current rage instructor. He has been recognized as Correctional Emergency Response Team, the CERT, Operator of the Year. He graduated from CSU Stanislaus Political Science Cum Laude, member Lifetime Political Science Honor Society. He served as commander of the Ripon American Legion Post 190 and junior vice commander for Ripon VFW Post 1051. Stephen was American Legion Post 74 Public Safety Officer of the Year in 2015. He also served as a commander of the Sons of the American Legion from 2021 to 2023, instilling patriotism and Americanism in our youth. He has enjoyed serving on the Ripon Little League Executive Board for 2 years, 2021 to 2023. He's also assisted coaches with track and field at Ripon High School and with their freshman football team, and uses these opportunities to mentor and promote good sportsmanship and anti-bullying. He also served on the local Congressman's Veteran Advisory Committee as well as a planning commissioner for the city of Ripon. God, man, is there anything you haven't done? He is married and adores his amazing wife and 2 teenage boys. So it is my honor to recognize EO1 SCW Stephen Verver and thank you for your service to our nation and continue service to this community. I'm going to have to take a nap after reading all that. Oh, but congratulations. It's an honor.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be able to stand here. The Lord has blessed me in many, many ways. So I thank the Lord for my opportunity to do the things I've done to be here. I also have to say thank you to my wife because she puts up with all of that. And I don't mean that in a bad way. She very much supports it. She thinks it's a good thing. And there's not enough of it. We need more. I want to follow in these guys' footsteps. I want to be 75 years old, 80 years old, 90 years old, still doing stuff for vets, still doing stuff for my community. Again, I'm blessed, so this is how I'm able to give back. And my 2 boys, they put up with it. They put up with being away. I know that was difficult on them, but now they actually help me out. And they love to come down to the Legion, hang out at the Veterans Wall, clean stuff up at the local Veterans Museum. But I also want to publicly thank the supervisors because the American Legion Post in Ripon, we have a program, if you haven't heard of it, it's called the VEAP, the Veterans Emergency Assistance Program. There's 2 parts to this program. We have a van and we have a voucher system. The van has delivered vets to medical appointments. We weren't sure how that was going to take off, and we now have more appointments than we have drivers. We literally have 2 guys that are driving 5 days a week. And multiple appointments in a day. The voucher system, I say this very proudly, it hasn't been as active as the van program, but that voucher system actually prevented a veteran from being homeless. That's the kind of stuff that matters. And it's not me, it's not I, it's we. Everybody here, everybody in the town of Ripon, the supervisors, it's everybody. So I thank you for all that.
Aristutia, welcome.
All right, if I could have Captain Roots, once again, our retired United States Navy chaplain, lead us in the benediction.
Lord, it has been a blessing to be here today, and we thank you for these who have served us so honorably, faithfully. Lord, ever raise up men and women who would be willing to defend this great country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We are blessed. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize and honor those who have served. Lord, we are just counting on your helping us to be the people that we ought to be. Not always wait for somebody else to do what needs to be done. Stand up against that which is evil. Do that which is right. By so doing, serve each other. Serve. Thank you for your blessing. Holy name.
I thank you, Captain Roots. Now, in closing, I want to express our deepest thanks to all of you here today, especially our veterans. Your courage and sacrifices are the bedrock of our liberty, and your service will forever be an enduring source of pride, not just for San Joaquin County, but our nation as a whole. So thank you all very much, and God bless each and every one of you. With that being said, I want to invite our board members and their honoree veteran to the floor for a group photo. Also want to invite all our veterans and everybody here to enjoy some refreshments outside of our board chambers provided by the American Legion Auxiliary Carl Post number 16. And yes, and Gavin Klein or Congressman Duarte's representative is also here if you would like to join us. Hey, everybody, real quick, I just want to introduce you to two of our local Marines here, Hector Adami and Joe Soto, and you're both here in Lathrop, right? So you want to say something? No? Yeah? All right.
He got it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's our pleasure to be here, always trying to support the community, and hopefully you guys can support us by supporting Toys for Tots. Big event coming up, so look out, and we're here for you guys.
All right, thank you guys for your service, and thanks for our community, brother.
you.